historian, or at least I was trying to be. My name is Alex, and when this whole nightmare started, I was 28, fresh out of my PhD program and brimming with the kind of naive ambition only graduate students possess. My area of expertise was obscure even for academia. 19th century New England family histories, particularly those with a focus on forgotten legacies and hidden secrets. Most people thought it was incredibly dull, but I found a strange thrill in digging through dusty archives, piecing together lives from fragments of old letters and ledgers. It felt like solving a generations-old puzzle. This particular summer, I'd landed a research fellowship at the Sterling Library, an old, privately funded institution nestled deep in the Berkshire Mountains of Massachusetts. It wasn't just any library, it was a behemoth of granite and oak, built in the late 1800s by a reclusive industrialist with an insatiable appetite for knowledge, and some whispered an equally insatiable desire to control the narrative of his own family's past. The library itself was a monument to quiet solitude, high ceilings, hushed whispers from the few other scholars, and the faint, comforting scent of aged paper and leather. It was, in short, my sanctuary. My fellowship came with a small, Spartan apartment on the library grounds, a renovated servants' quarter attached to the sprawling annex. It was remote, bordering a dense patch of forest that seemed to swallow the late afternoon sun, but that was part of its appeal. No distractions, just me, my research, and the endless rows of books. The focus of my summer was the Blackwood and Thorne families, two prominent names in the region's history, whose fortunes had intertwined through commerce, marriage, and as my research was hinting, something far darker. I was particularly interested in a rare, handwritten journal believed to contain the unpublished memoirs of Elias Blackwood, the industrialist who built the Sterling Library. It was rumored to hold scandalous secrets, but its existence was fiercely protected by the Blackwood estate, and it was only available to a select few under strict supervision. I had been granted access for 3 weeks, a rare privilege, and I felt the weight of expectation. My daily routine was monastic. Up at dawn, a quick breakfast, then straight to the archives. The journal itself was a formidable artifact, bound in dark, worn leather, its pages brittle with age. Each morning, it would be brought to me in a special, climate-controlled reading room, supervised by a stern, unsmiling archivist named Mrs. Albright. She was a woman who guarded the past as if it were her own personal treasure, scrutinizing my every move with an unnerving intensity. The journal was dense, written in a florid, looping script that often took hours to decipher. Elias Blackwood was a meticulous man, recording everything from business dealings to personal reflections. But what truly captivated me were the gaps, the cryptic references, the paragraphs that felt deliberately vague. It hinted at a story beneath the story, a submerged narrative of ambition, betrayal, and perhaps even violence. It was during my second week with the journal that I started to feel a prickle of unease. Nothing overt, just a subtle shift. The library, normally a bastion of quiet routine, seemed to develop a different kind of silence after hours. I often worked late, sometimes until midnight, fueled by lukewarm coffee and the thrill of a potential breakthrough. The library staff, including Mrs. Albright, would lock up the main sections at 9, leaving me alone in the annex in my special reading room, which had its own secure entrance. I liked the solitude. It allowed me to focus, to truly immerse myself. But one night, as I was packing up my notes, the old clock tower bell struck 11. It was a deep, resonant sound that usually faded quickly. Tonight, though, it seemed to hang in the air a moment too long, vibrating through the stone walls almost like a hum. I paused, tilting my head. The air in the reading room felt suddenly colder, a damp chill that seeped into my bones. I told myself it was just the old building settling, the ventilation system kicking on. Remote libraries in old buildings were always full of creaks and groans, nothing to worry about. But as I walked through the cavernous, dimly lit corridor leading to my apartment, a different sound caught my ear. It wasn't the usual library noises, the distant hum of the servers, the occasional moan of wind outside. This was softer, almost a whisper, yet distinct. It sounded like a page turning, a single delicate flick. My heart gave an involuntary lurch. I stopped dead in my tracks, straining to hear. The sound had come from the main archive hall, an area that should have been locked and utterly silent. I knew for a fact I was the last person in that section of the building. My rational mind immediately went to the various reasons for such a noise. A draft, a settling shelf. These old buildings had 100 ways to trick your ears. I stood there for a full minute, holding my breath, listening to the frantic drumming of my own heart. The silence that followed was heavier, more profound than before. It wasn't an empty silence, it was a waiting silence. I told myself it was my imagination, a consequence of too much caffeine and too many hours poring over ancient texts. I was tired, my mind playing tricks. Still, a shiver traced its way down my spine. The vast, empty space of the library seemed to stretch out, darker and more imposing than usual. I forced myself to take a deep breath to dismiss the feeling and continue my walk, picking up my pace just slightly. It was probably nothing, just the silence getting to me. But the image of that single, delicate page turning, somewhere in the deep, silent stacks, had planted a seed of dread. The dread, once a faint seed, began to take root. Despite my rational mind's best efforts to dismiss it, the image of that unseen page turning lingered, a cold whisper in the back of my thoughts. I made it back to my apartment, the air in the corridor seeming to grow heavier with each step. Locking the door, I leaned against it, listening to the silence of my own small space. It felt different now, no longer a sanctuary, but merely a temporary reprieve from the sprawling, watchful quiet of the library. Sleep didn't come easily. My mind replayed the sound, dissecting it, trying to find a mundane explanation. A draft, but the main archive hall was a sealed environment, a book falling, no, it was too delicate, too precise for that. My historian's brain, accustomed to sifting through ambiguity for truth, found no comfort in its usual methods. I was stuck in a loop of unsettling conjecture. The next morning, the sunlight streaming through my window felt like a welcome relief, chasing away the shadows of the night. I tried to convince myself it had all been a trick of the mind, a tired hallucination. Yet a subtle tension remained, a prickle under my skin. At breakfast, I forced down a piece of toast and coffee, attempting to project an air of normalcy. The few other scholars I occasionally encountered were, as usual, absorbed in their own worlds, nodding curtly or offering a mumbled good morning before retreating into their respective research cubicles. No one seemed to notice my subdued demeanor, which was exactly how I preferred it. The less attention, the better. Walking towards the main reading room, I felt an almost irresistible urge to detour to the archive hall, to just look, to confirm that everything was in its proper, undisturbed place. But fear and a deep-seated academic respect for the library's rules kept me on my path. Mrs. Albright would not take kindly to unauthorized wandering, especially in the hallowed, climate-controlled depths of the archives. When I entered the special reading room, Mrs. Albright was already there, adjusting the angle of a lamp over the journal. She gave me her usual curt nod, her eyes, as always, missing nothing. "Good morning, Dr. Thorne," she said, her voice dry as parchment. "The journal awaits." I tried to keep my expression neutral, but I could feel a faint flush rising on my cheeks. "Good morning, Mrs. Albright." I sat down, the familiar leather-bound book open before me. Elias Blackwood's looping script seemed to mock me with its dense elegance. I picked up my pen, attempting to resume my transcription, but my focus was shattered. Every creak of the old building, every distant rustle made me jump. My eyes kept darting to the door, half expecting what exactly, a shadow, a confirmation of the lingering dread. I spent the morning trying to lose myself in Elias' meticulously recorded life, but the words blurred. The cryptic references that had once fascinated me now seemed menacing. He wrote of unseen currents, of the house's breath, of secrets that demand airing. Before I'd interpreted these as metaphorical, the ramblings of a powerful man musing on the unseen forces of commerce or social dynamics. Now they took on a more literal, unsettling meaning. Around midday, Mrs. Albright left for her lunch break, leaving me alone in the reading room. I seized the opportunity not to work, but to simply sit in the quiet. The silence here, usually comforting, now felt pregnant with possibility, like a held breath. My gaze fell upon the journal. I stared at the page I had been deciphering, a passage detailing Elias' anxieties about his legacy, about the stain he feared would adhere to his name. And then I saw it. It wasn't a monumental change, not a glaring alteration. It was subtle, so subtle that anyone else would have missed it. But I had spent weeks poring over these pages, my eyes trained to every curve of Elias' hand, every ink smudge, every subtle variation in pressure. A comma, a faint, almost imperceptible smudge of ink that elongated a comma into a tiny, almost hidden dash. It changed the cadence of the sentence, slightly altering its meaning. Where Elias had written, "The weight of this name, a burden I carry," it now read, "The weight of this name, a burden I carry." The dash added a pause, a darker emphasis, a sense of an unspoken continuation. It was a minuscule difference, but my memory of the original text was photographic. I was certain it hadn't been there yesterday. My blood ran cold. My historian's training, which demanded absolute fidelity to primary sources, screamed in my head. This was impossible. This journal was under lock and key, handled only by Mrs. Albright and myself. And even then, I only touched the pages with gloved hands. No one else had access. No one else could have access. I leaned closer, my heart thumping against my ribs. I touched it gently with a gloved fingertip. The ink was dry, indistinguishable from the rest of the text. It didn't look fresh. It looked old, like it had always been there. My mind raced. Had I simply misremembered? Was it a trick of the light, or was the strain of the long hours finally getting to me? I tried to rationalize it, to blame my own exhaustion, but the certainty that it was new gnawed at me. When Mrs. Albright returned, I kept my discovery to myself. How could I explain it? That a comma had changed on a page in a securely kept 150-year-old journal. She would think I was mad, or worse, accuse me of tampering with the artifact. My reputation, my fellowship, everything would be at risk. The incident with the comma, combined with the page-turning sound, elevated my unease to a profound sense of disquiet. The library, my sanctuary, was beginning to feel less like a haven of knowledge, and more like a vast, stone-cold tomb with secrets stirring within its walls. That evening, I decided I couldn't just dismiss these things anymore. I was a historian, I sought truth, and the truth, whatever it was manifesting itself in increasingly disturbing ways. My rational mind was at war with my gut instinct. I waited until the library was officially closed and the staff had left. Mrs. Albright, with her usual precise movements, had locked the main archive hall from the outside, the heavy brass key turning with a definitive clunk. I heard her footsteps recede, then the distant thud of the main library doors closing. The silence that followed was total. My special reading room, like my apartment, had its own secure entrance to the annex, meaning I could come and go without passing through the main locked sections once the library closed. This privilege, which I had once cherished for its convenience, now felt like a curse, leaving me isolated in the vast, quiet building. Armed with a small, powerful LED flashlight from my emergency kit, I moved silently through the dimly lit corridors. My heart hammered. I told myself I was being foolish, that I was letting my imagination run wild. But the journalist in me, the part that wanted to uncover hidden truths, pushed me forward. I reached the entrance to the main archive hall. It was a massive, ornate doorway carved from dark wood, heavy iron hinges gleaming faintly in the dim ambient light. The lock, just as I'd seen Mrs. Albright secure it, was firmly engaged. I pulled at the handle, testing it, solid, immovable. I pressed my ear against the cold wood. Silence, absolute profound silence, no page turning, no whispers, nothing. A wave of relief mixed with a healthy dose of self-recrimination washed over me. I was being foolish. It was just a creepy old building, and I was a sleep-deprived academic. I started to turn away, ready to retreat to my apartment and try to regain some semblance of sanity. Then a faint, almost imperceptible scratching sound reached my ears. It wasn't a mouse, it wasn't a branch scraping against a window. It was inside the archive hall, and it sounded like something delicate, like a fingernail or a sharp edge being drawn slowly across a surface. And it was rhythmic, scratch, scratch, scratch. My breath hitched, my hand flew to my mouth, stifling a gasp. This was different. This was not a faint page turn that could be dismissed as a draft. This was a sustained, intentional sound. I stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, the scratching continuing, a slow, deliberate cadence. It seemed to come from deeper within the hall, further into the stacks, where the oldest, most valuable materials were kept, the blackwood journals among them. My mind, for a brief, terrifying moment, conjured images of intruders, of vandals attempting to deface the priceless artifacts, but the locks were secure, and the sound, it didn't sound like a struggle. It sounded like someone working. Against every instinct that screamed at me to run, to flee, to pretend I hadn't heard anything, my academic curiosity, now tinged with genuine fear, took over. I needed to know, I had to see. I tried the door again futilely. Then my eyes scanned the ornate frame, the heavy stone walls. There had to be another way. The library was a labyrinth of hidden passages and servant stairs. I had seen blueprints of the annex, even a few partial layouts of the main library and some of Elias Blackwood's archived correspondence, though they were incomplete. He had designed the place himself with an architect friend and boasted of its secret arteries. I remembered one specific detail from a letter, a mention of a service tunnel for the pneumatic tube system that delivered books, long since decommissioned, which ran from the basement up into the lower levels of the main archive hall. A tiny, forgotten access point. It was a long shot. I crept down the servants' staircase near my apartment, which led to the network of tunnels and storage rooms beneath the annex. The air grew colder, heavy with the scent of damp earth and old concrete. My flashlight beam cut through the oppressive darkness, illuminating dusty pipes, cobweb-laden corners, and forgotten crates. I followed a narrow, twisting path, guided by a faint memory of the library's original schematics. The tunnel was claustrophobic, the ceiling low, the walls rough. I ducked under sagging pipes, pushed aside decaying insulation. The silence down here was even more profound, punctuated only by my own ragged breathing and the frantic drumming of my heart. After what felt like an age, I saw it, a small, rusted metal door almost completely obscured by overgrown conduit and a stack of disused shelving. It was unmarked, blending seamlessly into the concrete wall. This had to be it, the pneumatic tube access. My hands trembled as I reached for the handle. It was stiff, frozen with rust. I pulled, grunted, strained, nothing, it wouldn't budge. Despair began to set in, but then the scratching sound, faint but undeniable, drifted down from somewhere above, a chilling reminder of why I was there. I tried again, putting my entire body weight into it, twisting the handle, pushing my shoulder against the cold metal. With a groan of tortured metal and a spray of rust, the door gave way, scraping inward with a sound that seemed deafening in the silence. A narrow, dark shaft opened before me, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. It reeked of stale air and something else, something vaguely metallic and old. I swallowed, forcing myself forward. I pointed my flashlight upwards. The shaft rose steeply, opening into a small, grimy platform. A series of rusted metal rungs forming a makeshift ladder led up. Taking a deep breath, I started to climb. The rungs were cold and slick, threatening to give way under my weight. I ascended slowly, carefully, my muscles aching, my nerves screaming. The scratching sound grew louder, clearer, guiding me like a morbid beacon. Finally, I reached the top. The shaft opened into a small, cramped alcove, hidden behind a tall, built-in bookshelf. My flashlight beam cut across dusty spines and glass cases. I was in the main archive hall. The air here was different from the musty tunnel below. It was cool and still, circulating faintly with the hum of the climate control system. The scratching sound was now unmistakable, emanating from a section of the hall about 20 feet away, near the heavy wooden shelves where the Blackwood family's most precious artifacts were kept. I peered cautiously around the edge of the bookshelf, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would betray me. The vast hall stretched out before me, bathed in the faint, ghostly glow of emergency lights which cast long, dancing shadows. And there, in the center of an aisle, was a figure. It was impossibly tall and slender, draped in what looked like dark, heavy fabric. It moved slowly, deliberately, its back to me, hunched over one of the ornate reading tables. The scratching sound was coming directly from it. My breath caught in my throat. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to bolt, to retreat, to erase this horrifying image from my mind. But I was frozen, trapped between terror and a desperate need to understand. As I watched, the figure paused its scratching, and then, with a slow, agonizing movement, it reached out with a long, skeletal hand. It was wearing a worn, dark glove, but I could still make out the unnaturally long, bony fingers. It picked something up from the table, a book, one of the Blackwood ledgers, judging by its size and dark cover. It opened the ledger, and then, with another slow movement, it began to turn the pages. Fleg, fleg, fleg. The sound was identical to what I had heard the previous night. My blood ran cold, the truth dawning on me with horrifying clarity. This was no trick of the light, no settling building. Something was here, something that shouldn't be. The figure turned another page, its head tilted slightly as if reading. A shiver, colder than anything I had ever felt, ran through me. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, wishing it would disappear, wishing this was all a terrible dream. When I opened them, it was still there. And then it began to speak. The voice was a whisper, raspy and dry, like dead leaves skittering across stone. It was indistinct, a murmur of ancient syllables, but the sound itself was undeniably human, or at least once human. It spoke for a few moments, the words unintelligible, then fell silent. After a long, terrifying pause, the figure gently closed the ledger. It placed it back on the table with unnerving care, its gloved hand resting on the cover for a moment longer than necessary. Then slowly, deliberately, it began to turn. My heart hammered against my ribs, a trapped bird desperate to escape. I pressed myself further into the shadows, barely daring to breathe. The figure was turning towards me. Its head lifted. I saw no face, not clearly, just a deep cowl casting impenetrable shadows. But I felt eyes upon me, a gaze of ancient, unblinking intensity that pierced through the darkness and into my very soul. A cold, knowing certainty settled in the air. It knew I was there. It had known all along. The figure raised a hand, not in menace, but in a gesture that seemed beckoning, or perhaps merely acknowledging. It was impossible to tell. The scratching sound was gone, the whispering had ceased. Only the profound silence of the archive hall remained, now charged with an unbearable tension. I couldn't move, my muscles were locked, fear a cold, paralyzing grip. My flashlight, clutched in my trembling hand, felt impossibly heavy. I dared not turn it on, dared not make a sound. The figure stood perfectly still for a long moment, its shadowed head tilted as if listening. The air around it seemed to shimmer, a faint, almost imperceptible distortion. Then, with an unnatural grace, it began to glide away, moving silently down the aisle, deeper into the vast, silent stacks. It didn't walk, it seemed to drift, its dark form dissolving into the gloom. I remained hidden, shaking uncontrollably for what felt like an hour after it vanished. Every nerve ending screamed at me. What was that? A ghost, a figment of my overstressed imagination. But the scratching, the page turning, the voice, the chilling sense of presence, these were too real, too concrete to dismiss. When I finally regained enough control to move, I didn't think. I just reacted. I scrambled back down the rusted ladder, scraping my hands and knees, ignoring the pain. I burst through the rusted door, pulling it shut behind me with a clang that echoed loudly in the subterranean tunnels. I didn't bother to try and secure it. I ran blindly through the cold, musty tunnels, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly, illuminating fleeting glimpses of forgotten machinery and dripping pipes. I ran up the servants' stairs, my legs burning, my lungs aching. I didn't stop until I burst through the door of my apartment, slamming it shut and locking it, then bracing it with a chair. I collapsed against the door, gasping for breath, my body trembling. I was drenched in sweat, my mind a chaotic whirlwind of fear and disbelief. I had seen something that defied logic, defied explanation. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my apartment, lights blazing, unable to sleep. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind outside sent fresh waves of terror through me. The image of that shadowed figure, its skeletal hand turning pages, its silent, knowing gaze, was burned into my mind. By dawn, when the first faint light of day filtered through my window, I had made a decision. I couldn't stay silent. I couldn't pretend this wasn't happening. Whatever was haunting the Sterling Library, it was directly connected to Elias Blackwood and his secrets. and I, Alex Thorne, the historian who sought hidden truths, was now embroiled in a mystery far more ancient and terrifying than any I had ever encountered in dusty ledgers. I had to tell someone, but who? Mrs. Albright, who would likely dismiss me as delusional, the other scholars who would simply avoid me. No, I had to investigate, I had to find answers. This wasn't just a research project anymore. It was a descent into something far deeper, far darker than forgotten legacies. The next morning, exhaustion clinging to me like a shroud, I made my way to the reading room. Mrs. Albright, ever punctual, was already there. She looked at me with her usual piercing gaze. "You look dreadful, Dr. Thorne," she remarked, her voice devoid of sympathy. "Another late night with Elias musings." I merely nodded, unable to articulate the horrors of the night. I sat at the table, my eyes immediately drawn to the Blackwood Journal. My hands, still trembling slightly, reached for my gloves. I had to look. I had to know if it had touched anything. As I opened the journal, Mrs. Albright cleared her throat. "Dr. Thorne," she said, her voice unusually firm, "there's something you should know." My head snapped up, my heart leaping into my throat. Had she seen something? Had she heard me? She walked over to the table, her gaze fixed on the open page of the journal. "I was reviewing the inventory yesterday," she continued, her voice lower now, almost a murmur, "and I made a discovery." She pointed a gloved finger at a section of the page, a passage that discussed Elia's early partnership with the Thorne family, my own ancestors. My eyes scanned the familiar words, but then her finger shifted, pointing to a small, intricate symbol etched into the margin. It was a small, delicate glyph, like a stylized eye within a triangle. I had never seen it before. "This symbol," Mrs. Albright said, her voice barely a whisper, "it's not Elias Blackwood's. It appears throughout the original Thorne family records, particularly those of your ancestor, Thomas Thorne, a private mark used only by the most senior members of the family." She paused, her gaze meeting mine, and for the first time I saw a flicker of something in her eyes besides sternness, a deep, unsettling concern. "It has appeared in the journal." My breath hitched. "Appeared," I echoed, the word a strained whisper. "What do you mean, appeared?" "It wasn't here when I cataloged this journal 5 years ago," she said, her voice grim. "Nor was it here when I checked the pages for wear and tear last week. It is new, and it is a Thorne mark in a Blackwood journal." She looked at me intently. "Dr. Thorne, this journal is revealing things it shouldn't, things that haven't been present before." My mind reeled, the comma, now a symbol, my own family symbol, mysteriously manifesting in Elias Blackwood's journal. It was too much. The rational part of my brain screamed for explanation, but the chilling truth of the night before, of the shadowed figure in the archive hall, overwhelmed all logical thought. "Are you suggesting," I began, my voice trailing off, unable to voice the unspoken horror. Mrs. Albright's gaze intensified. "I am suggesting, Dr. Thorne, that the past is not always content to remain buried." She paused, then added, her voice dropping even lower, almost a conspiratorial whisper, "and sometimes it reaches out." I looked from the symbol in the journal to Mrs. Albright's uncharacteristically worried expression, and then back to the leather-bound book, now imbued with an even greater, more sinister power. The veil between the past and the present, between the natural and the supernatural, felt terrifyingly thin. This wasn't just my research anymore, this was personal. My family, the Thornes, were part of this escalating horror. The day passed in a haze of fear and frantic, distracted work. The symbol, the eye within the triangle, seemed to stare up at me from the page, a silent, knowing sentinel. Every time Mrs. Albright left the room, I found myself touching the symbol with a gloved finger, feeling for any alteration, any telltale sign of tampering, but it felt as old and integral to the paper as Elias' own ink. That evening, as the library began to empty, I decided I couldn't simply wait for the next terrifying manifestation. I had to proactively seek answers. The Blackwood Journal was clearly the key, a conduit. But what was it revealing? What was the symbol trying to tell me? I needed to consult other documents, cross-reference. Perhaps there was another journal, another text that mentioned such a phenomenon or shed light on the symbol. My mind, despite its fear, began to work in its familiar academic patterns, searching for connections. My thoughts immediately went to the restricted section of the Blackwood archives. Beyond the main archive hall, there was a smaller, even more secure vault, rumored to contain Elias' most personal and private papers, documents that even Mrs. Albright guarded with an almost religious fervor. I had never been granted access. But the symbol, the new writing, the presence in the hall, I was convinced the answers lay there. I also remembered a passing reference in one of Elias' early letters about an obscure text, a family grimoire he called it, belonging to the Blackwoods, a book of old ways that his wife, Eleanor, had purportedly inherited from her own eccentric mother. Elias had dismissed it as superstitious nonsense, but had mentioned storing it where it could do no harm, yet be found should its peculiar wisdom ever prove necessary. He implied it was hidden within the library itself, but never specified where. Could this grimoire be related to the strange events, to the symbol? The thought sent a fresh wave of unease through me. I was a historian of family legacies, not a ghost hunter or an occultist. Still, the mention of old ways and peculiar wisdom resonated with the chilling mystery unfolding around me. I needed to find it, but where to start? The library was a labyrinth. I decided to start with the most logical approach. I needed to search the records Mrs. Albright kept, the detailed inventory lists that would show every accessioned item, and I needed to do it without her knowledge. That night after Mrs. Albright had left and the library was plunged into its usual oppressive silence, I found myself once again making my way through the dim corridors, my heart thumping a frantic rhythm against my ribs. This time I went directly to Mrs. Albright's private office, a small, heavily secured room tucked away behind the main circulation desk. I knew the layout, I'd seen her come and go. I also knew her routine for locking up. I had a rough idea of where she kept her keys, a heavy brass ring usually clipped to her belt or placed in a specific drawer in her desk. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped my flashlight. Breaking into her office felt like an egregious violation, a cardinal sin for a scholar. But the alternative, succumbing to fear and ignoring the terrifying truth, was no longer an option. I tried the door, locked of course. I pulled out my small toolkit, a collection of lock-picking tools I'd bought on a whim years ago for a research project on 19th century safe cracking, a much more benign interest I now realized than my current predicament. It was a long shot I had only practiced a few times. With painstaking care, I inserted the tension wrench and pick. My breath hitched. The silence pressed in on me, amplifying every tiny scrape of metal. Sweat beaded on my forehead. I focused, trying to remember the feel of the tumblers, the delicate clicks and shifts. This wasn't about academic curiosity anymore. It was about survival. After what felt like an eternity, a soft click echoed in the stillness. The door handle turned. I slowly, cautiously pushed the door open, slipping inside. The office was small, meticulously organized, smelling faintly of lemon polish and old paper. Files were stacked neatly, books arranged by subject. Mrs. Albright was a creature of order. My eyes immediately went to her heavy oak desk. I knew she often left her daily work laid out, covered by a sheet, but her personal inventory was kept elsewhere. I began to search, moving with agonizing slowness, trying not to disturb a single item. I checked drawers, looked behind books. Nothing, no heavy ledger titled Restricted Archives or Blackwood Grimoire. Despair began to creep in. Maybe I was wrong, maybe the grimoire was a myth. Then I noticed a small, leather-bound notebook tucked away beneath a stack of old library newsletters, almost invisible. It wasn't titled Inventory. It was simply labeled in Mrs. Albright's precise hand, Special Access Log. My heart leaped. This had to be it. I opened the log carefully. The first pages detailed Mrs. Albright's daily duties, minor library issues, but further back, written in a different, older hand, were entries that took my breath away. They were a record of items stored in the restricted vault, and among them, in faded ink, I saw it. Blackwood Elia's Personal Journals, Volumes III. Thorne Thomas Correspondence and Ledgers sealed. And finally, Blackwood Eliner, Liber Umbri Shadow Book, uncategorized, returned to vault. Liber Umbri, the Shadow Book. This had to be the grimoire Elias had mentioned, Eliner's Book of Old Ways. The phrase uncategorized, returned to vault, was unsettling. It suggested Mrs. Albright didn't fully understand its nature, or perhaps didn't want to. My eyes scanned the entries again. The date next to the Liber Umbri entry caught my attention, October 27, 1888. A single word, accessed, was scribbled next to it in a frantic, almost illegible hand, different from Elias or Mrs. Albright's. It looked like Eliner Blackwood's distinctive, agitated script from other letters I'd seen. A date, a single word, and then nothing else. What happened on October 27, 1888, and who accessed it? I quickly flipped through the rest of the log. No further mention of Liber Umbri. It seemed to have been a one-time entry, perhaps something catalogued and then deliberately forgotten. I needed to find this vault. I needed to see this book. Carefully, I returned the log to its hidden spot, trying to leave no trace. I slipped out of the office, relocking the door as carefully as I had opened it, a new sense of urgency thrumming through me. The restricted vault. I knew it was somewhere on the ground floor, connected to the main archive hall, but its exact location was a closely guarded secret. It wasn't on any public maps of the library. My mind went back to Elias Blackwood's letters, to his boasts about secret arteries. I remembered his fascination with hidden mechanisms, with the idea of knowledge being protected by more than just locks and keys. He spoke of veils and thresholds. I made my way back to the main archive hall, my earlier fear now tempered by a desperate, driving curiosity. The hall was empty, silent. The memory of the shadowed figure was still vivid, but the need for answers was stronger. I approached the section where the Blackwood family records were kept, the same section where I had seen the figure. I ran my hand along the cool, polished wood of the bookshelves. My eyes darted across the titles, searching for anything unusual. Then I noticed it, not a book, not a shelf, but a slight irregularity in the paneling behind one of the larger, heavier sets of encyclopedias. A faint seam almost perfectly hidden. It was barely perceptible, a hairline crack in the wood. My heart hammered, this had to be it. Elia's secret arteries. I pushed gently, nothing. I tried pulling, still nothing. I ran my fingers along the seam, searching for a latch, a button, anything. My hand brushed against a small indentation near the base of the shelf, hidden almost entirely by the baseboard. It was a small, circular depression, perfectly smooth, about the size of a thumbprint. Hesitantly, I pressed my thumb into it. A faint click echoed in the silent hall. The hidden panel, disguised as part of the bookshelf, began to slowly, silently retract inward, revealing a dark, narrow opening. A gasp escaped my lips. This was it, the hidden vault. I peered into the darkness. The air that wafted out was still cold and carried a faint, almost metallic scent like old blood and dust. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, revealing a short, narrow passage leading to another heavy, steel-plated door. This one clearly was the true vault. I walked down the short passage, my hand trembling as I reached for the steel door. There was no handle, no visible lock, just a smooth, formidable surface. But then my flashlight beam caught something etched into the steel, a symbol. The exact same symbol that had appeared in Elias Blackwood's journal, an eye within a triangle, my family's symbol, the thorn mark. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a hidden vault. This was a vault secured by my own family's emblem within Elias Blackwood's library. The intertwining of the two families, which I had only previously thought of in terms of commerce and marriage, was clearly far more profound and far more sinister. I touched the symbol on the vault door. It felt cold, ancient. As my gloved finger traced its outline, a faint, almost imperceptible hum began to resonate from within the steel. The symbol glowed with a faint, ghostly luminescence just for a moment, then faded. And then, with a deep, resonant thunk that vibrated through the stone floor, the heavy steel door began to slowly, inexorably swing inward. The air that emerged from the vault was icy, carrying a palpable sense of age, of containment. It smelled of stagnant air, of parchment, and something else, something that prickled at the back of my throat, an almost metallic tang. My flashlight beam pierced the darkness within, revealing a small, circular chamber. Around the perimeter, on recessed shelves, were several leather-bound journals, some sealed with wax and a few other nondescript objects. But in the very center, on a raised stone pedestal, lay a single book. It was larger than the others, bound in dark, almost black leather, completely unadorned. No title, no author, just smooth, dark hide so old it seemed to absorb the light. This had to be it. Eleanor Blackwood's Liber Umbri, the Shadow Book. My heart hammered in my chest, a mixture of terror and an overwhelming compulsion drawing me forward. I stepped into the vault, the heavy steel door groaning slightly as it remained ajar behind me. The air was thick, heavy, pressing in on me. I approached the pedestal, my flashlight beam fixed on the book. As I drew closer, I noticed a subtle detail on its cover. Faintly etched into the dark leather, almost invisible unless caught in the right light, was the same symbol that had appeared in Elias' journal and on the vault door, the eye within the triangle, my family's mark. A chilling realization dawned on me. This book, this grimoire, was not just Eleanor's. It was connected to my own family, the Thorn. Family, the Thorns. A chilling realization dawned on me. This book, this grimoire, was not just Eleanor's. It was connected to my own family, the Thorns, in a way I hadn't even begun to comprehend. The intertwining of the two families, which I had only previously thought of in terms of commerce and marriage, was clearly far more profound and far more sinister. I touched the symbol on the vault door. It felt cold, ancient. As my gloved finger traced its outline, a faint, almost imperceptible hum began to resonate from within the steel. The symbol glowed with a faint, ghostly luminescence just for a moment, then faded. And then, with a deep, resonant thunk that vibrated through the stone floor, the heavy steel door began to slowly, inexorably swing inward. The air that emerged from the vault was icy, carrying a palpable sense of age, of containment. It smelled of stagnant air, of parchment, and something else, something that prickled at the back of my throat, an almost metallic tang. My flashlight beam pierced the darkness within, revealing a small, circular chamber. Around the perimeter, on recessed shelves, were several leather-bound journals, some sealed with wax and a few other nondescript objects. But in the very center, on a raised stone pedestal, lay a single book. It was larger than the others, bound in dark, almost black leather, completely unadorned. No title, no author, just smooth, dark hide so old it seemed to absorb the light. This had to be it. Eleanor Blackwood's Liber Umbri, the Shadow Book. My heart hammered in my chest, a mixture of terror and an overwhelming compulsion drawing me forward. I stepped into the vault, the heavy steel door groaning slightly as it remained ajar behind me. The air was thick, heavy, pressing in on me. I approached the pedestal, my flashlight beam fixed on the book. As I drew closer, I noticed a subtle detail on its cover. Faintly etched into the dark leather, almost invisible unless caught in the right light, was the same symbol that had appeared in Elias' journal and on the vault door, the eye within the triangle, my family's mark. This wasn't just a family grimoire, it was ours, and it was in a Blackwood vault. I reached out, my gloved hand hovering over the ancient volume. The leather felt strangely warm, almost alive beneath my touch. A faint tremor ran through the book, a barely perceptible vibration that I felt more than saw. It was a dark, silent sentinel waiting. With a deep, shaky breath, I lifted the Liber Umbri from its pedestal. It was heavier than it looked, solid and dense, as if infused with the weight of centuries. The sensation of holding it was profoundly unsettling, like touching something ancient and dangerous, something that held immense power. My flashlight beam danced across its surface, highlighting the subtle imperfections in the leather, the fine lines of age. I carefully opened the cover. The first page was blank, yellowed with time, but strangely unblemished. Then on the second page, in a script I didn't immediately recognize, elegant yet forceful with a feminine flourish, a single phrase was written in faded black ink. "The veils are thin for those who seek to mend the broken." Beneath this, in a smaller, tighter hand that I now recognized as Eleanor Blackwood's, was a date, October 27, 1888, the same date from Mrs. Albright's access log, and a single chilling word, awakened. Awakened, the word pulsed with a terrifying significance. What had been awakened? My fingers, still gloved, turned the page. The subsequent pages were not filled with incantations or traditional spells, as I might have expected from a grimoire. Instead, they were a meticulous, almost scientific record of observations. Strange diagrams resembling astrological charts but with unfamiliar symbols were interspersed with densely packed text. The script varied, suggesting multiple authors over time, each adding to the tone. I scanned for anything that might relate to the eye within a triangle symbol, and there it was, repeatedly woven into the diagrams, sometimes subtly hidden in the elaborate borders of the text, sometimes boldly drawn as a focal point. It was always depicted with a series of radiating lines, like energy currents flowing from the eye. The text was written in an archaic form of English, dense with metaphors and allegories, making it difficult to decipher quickly, but certain phrases leaped out at me. The great work requires blood and intent. The threshold between worlds is oft mistaken for the grave. To command the echoes, one must first learn their song. The line must be pure or the gate will shatter. The line, the gate, the echoes. These words recurred frequently, capitalized, indicating they were terms of specific, profound meaning within the context of the book. And blood and intent. What did that imply? The knot of dread in my stomach tightened. I focused on a particular diagram, intricately drawn, showing a series of concentric circles around a central point, from which the iron triangle symbol emanated. Each circle was labeled with a different natural element: earth, air, fire, water. But there was a fifth label, less distinct, almost obscured: spiritus. Beneath this diagram, in the same elegant, forceful hand as the opening phrase, was a long passage. I began to read, slowly, struggling through the convoluted prose. It spoke of a great imbalance that had befallen the region centuries ago, a tearing of the natural fabric. It referred to a specific nexus point, a place where the veils between worlds were naturally thinner. It described a family line, chosen or perhaps cursed to maintain a ward, a protective barrier over this nexus, and it warned of the consequences if this ward ever failed. The book described rituals, not of black magic, but of preservation, of channeling, of maintaining equilibrium. These rituals involved specific astronomical alignments, certain mineral properties, and, disturbingly, a constant living connection to the earth and the blood. The ward must be fed, one passage stated, in Elias Blackwood's own precise, meticulous script, starkly contrasting with the other more ancient hands. He had clearly added to this book himself. Its hunger is not for flesh, but for truth, for memory, and for the purity of the living stream that once ran through the ancestors. Elias Blackwood had dismissed this as superstitious nonsense in his letters, yet here was his handwriting, indicating his deep, albeit perhaps reluctant, involvement. What had he truly believed? I turned a few more pages, the weight of the book growing heavier in my hands, the air in the vault seeming to thicken around me. The diagram for the nexus point caught my eye. It looked disturbingly familiar. It was a map, highly stylized but unmistakable, a representation of the very land upon which the Sterling Library stood. The central point of the diagram, the nexus, was precisely where the library's clock tower rose. The clock tower, the source of that unnaturally lingering chime the night I first heard the page turn. A cold sweat broke out on my brow. This wasn't just ancient lore, this was a living, breathing part of the library itself. And the warning signs, the page turning, the comma, the symbol, they were all messages, not random occurrences. They were the echoes, perhaps, that the book spoke of. Then I found a series of entries, again in Eleanor Blackwood's hand, detailing her own experiences. She wrote of whispers from the stones, of shadows that remember, of a growing chill that steals the warmth from the hearth. She seemed terrified, yet compelled to understand, to fulfill the ancestral burden. Her entries became increasingly frantic, her script more agitated, mirroring the accessed note in Mrs. Albright's log. The final entry, also dated October 27, 1888, was stark. The gate trembles, the ward weakens, they demand their due, the blood of the thorn mingled with the soil alone can suffice. Oh, Thomas, what have we done? Thomas, my ancestor, Thomas Thorne, the name reverberated in my mind. What had they done, what due was being demanded, and why my family's blood? The implication was chilling. My eyes snapped shut, my mind reeling. The shadowed figure in the archive hall, the scratching, the whispering, they demand their due. Was that what the figure was, an echo, or something far worse, something that had been unleashed, or was on the verge of being unleashed because the ward had failed? The book seemed to pulse in my hands, its dark leather absorbing the light from my flashlight. I felt a pressure building in the air, a subtle but undeniable sensation of being watched, not just by the shadows in the vault, but by something far more ancient and immense. A sudden, sharp clang echoed from the open vault door. My head snapped up, my heart leaping into my throat. The door, which I had left ajar, was slowly, silently closing. Panic seized me. I dropped the Liber Umbri back onto its pedestal with a heavy thud and lunged for the door. It was moving slowly, deliberately, as if by an unseen force. I pushed against the heavy steel, grunting with effort, but it continued to close inexorably with a terrifying, heavy momentum. My fingers slipped, the cold metal unforgiving. The gap narrowed. I could feel the immense weight of the door, a solid final barrier. I pressed my shoulder into it, straining every muscle, but it was useless. With a final, resounding thunk, the vault door sealed shut. Darkness, absolute, oppressive darkness enveloped me. My flashlight had fallen when I dropped the book, its beam now a small, impotent circle on the floor somewhere behind me. A primal scream caught in my throat. I was trapped in a secret vault with an ancient, terrifying book and the ominous chill of whatever lay within these walls. My breath came in ragged gasps. The air was suddenly colder, much colder, a biting chill that seeped into my very bones. The metallic tang I had noticed earlier was stronger now, mixed with a faint, earthy smell like overturned soil. I fumbled on the floor, frantically searching for my flashlight, my hands scrambling over the cold stone. My fingers brushed against something cold and smooth, the leather binding of the Liber Umbri. I recoiled, a wave of revulsion washing over me. No, not the book, the flashlight. Finally, my fingers closed around the cold metal casing of my flashlight. I flicked it on. The beam, thin and fragile, cut through the suffocating darkness, illuminating my immediate surroundings. The small, circular chamber, the pedestal, the shelves, all appeared as before, but now imbued with a sinister, claustrophobic intimacy. I held the flashlight up, shining its beam on the vault door. No latch, no visible mechanism, just the solid steel, marred only by the thorn symbol, which now seemed to pulse faintly, mockingly in the dim light. I pounded on the door, my fist striking the steel with dull thuds that seemed to be absorbed by the oppressive silence. "Hello, let me out, is anyone there?" My voice sounded thin, reedy, swallowed by the thick air. No answer, only the echo of my own desperate plea. My mind raced. How could it have closed? Was it a mechanism, a timer, or was it something else? Something that wanted me in here. My gaze fell upon the Liber Umbri, sitting innocently on its pedestal, its dark cover holding untold secrets. The gate trembles, the ward weakens, they demand their due. The words echoed in my mind, gaining a terrifying new resonance in the confines of the vault. I tried to calm myself, to think rationally. I was a historian. I faced problems with logic, with research, with meticulous deduction. Panic wouldn't help. I needed to examine the vault more closely. There had to be an exit mechanism. A hidden button, another symbol, something Elias or the Thorns would have built in. I ran my gloved hands along the cold stone walls, searching for any indentation, any seam. My flashlight beam danced across the shelves, illuminating the other journals and artifacts. Perhaps there was a clue in one of them. My eyes fell upon a small wooden box sealed with an ornate clasp on one of the lower shelves. It looked ancient, much older than Elias Blackwood's time. I pulled it out, my fingers fumbling with the clasp. It opened with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a single object, a silver locket. It was intricately carved, depicting a tree with deep roots, its branches reaching upwards. But the most striking feature was the small, almost microscopic carving on the clasp, the eye within a triangle, my family's mark. I opened the locket. On one side, a faded photograph of a stern-faced man, undeniably a Thorn ancestor, judging by the resemblance to portraits I'd seen. On the other side, a small, tightly folded piece of parchment. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. The script was tiny, precise, almost illegible in the dim light. I held it closer to the flashlight. It was a single cryptic instruction. To awaken the passage, speak the name and offer the blood of the line. Only then shall the way reveal itself and the burden be lifted. And beneath it, in a different hand, a single name, Thomas. Thomas, my ancestor, the same Thomas mentioned in Aliner's frantic last entry in the Liber Umbri. Oh, Thomas, what have we done? Speak the name and offer the blood of the line. What did that mean? Was I supposed to cut myself? The idea sent a wave of nausea through me. This was going from terrifying to downright barbaric. I looked at the silver locket in my hand, then at the vault door, then at the liber umbri on its pedestal. The weight of centuries of hidden secrets of a terrible burden pressed down on me. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to gather my fragmented thoughts. This wasn't some abstract historical puzzle anymore. This was profoundly personal. My family was deeply, horrifyingly entangled in whatever this was. The cold in the vault intensified, swirling around me, an almost palpable presence. I could almost hear the whispers that Eleanor Blackwood wrote of, just at the edge of hearing, a murmur of ancient voices. I had to get out, but I also knew with a terrifying certainty that getting out meant engaging with whatever power was at play here. I looked at the locket again, then at the liber umbri. The symbol on the book's cover seemed to gleam faintly. I picked up the book again, this time with a strange sense of resignation. I flipped to Eleanor's final entry. The blood of the thorn mingled with the soil alone can suffice, and the locket instruction, offer the blood of the line. It was a ritual, a gruesome, archaic ritual, and I was a thorn. No, my rational mind screamed, this was madness, superstition. There had to be a logical explanation, a hidden button, a pressure plate, anything but this. I began to methodically search the vault again, ignoring the ominous instructions, ignoring the growing chill, ignoring the whispers that seemed to be drawing closer. I checked every stone, every crack, every shelf. Nothing. The vault was a seamless, inescapable tomb. Despair began to settle in, a cold, heavy blanket. The air grew heavier, thicker. The whispers became more distinct, though still unintelligible, a chorus of dry, raspy voices swirling around me, pressing in. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands against my temples. This was a nightmare, a terrifying, inescapable nightmare. When I opened my eyes, my flashlight beam was steady, but the air in front of me seemed to shimmer faintly like heat rising from pavement. And then, slowly, a form began to coalesce in the shimmering air. It was the shadowed figure from the archive hall. Taller now, more defined, its dark robe seeming to absorb all light. Its head was still deeply cowled, but I felt the intensity of its gaze, a burning focus that pierced through the cowl and into my very soul. It glided closer, silently, effortlessly. The temperature in the vault plummeted further, frost forming on the cold stone walls. I could see my breath, ghostly white, in the beam of my flashlight. My heart hammered so violently I thought it would burst from my chest. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed by a fear so profound it bordered on spiritual. The figure stopped mere feet from me. It raised a hand, long, skeletal, gloved in dark, worn leather. It pointed not at me but at the liber umbri, which I had placed back on its pedestal. And then its whisper came again, dry as dust, a rustling of dead leaves, but this time clearer, more distinct. It wasn't a human language I knew, but there was a cadence, an inflection that carried meaning. It spoke a single word, repeated, insistent. Do. My skin crawled, they demand their due, Eleanor's words. This creature, this echo, was demanding something. And the instructions in the locket and in Eleanor's entry pointed to one thing, my blood. The figure lowered its hand, its shadowed head tilting as if waiting. The silence that followed was suffocating, heavy with expectation. I looked at the liber umbri, then at the silver locket with its cryptic instructions. Speak the name and offer the blood of the line. This was my only way out, or my descent into something I couldn't possibly fathom. My historian's mind, always seeking understanding, rebelled against the sheer absurdity, the terrifying leap of faith this required. But what other choice did I have, trapped in a freezing, haunted vault, facing a spectral entity with an unopenable door? I swallowed, my throat dry and aching. I picked up the locket again, my hand trembling uncontrollably. My gaze fell on the name etched into the parchment, Thomas. I took a deep, shuddering breath. Thomas, I whispered, my voice barely audible. The figure remained still, but the air around it seemed to vibrate with a subtle tension. The whispers around me intensified, a swirling vortex of ancient voices, eager, expectant. Now the blood. My gloved hand instinctively went to my pocket, searching for something sharp. My research knife, a small, precision blade I used for carefully opening old envelopes. I pulled it out, its cold steel gleaming faintly in the flashlight beam. My heart hammered. This was insane. This was what people did in horror movies, and it always ended badly. But the figure stood before me, unblinking, unmoving, a silent testament to a reality far beyond my academic comprehension. I pulled off my glove. My skin, pale and cold, was exposed. I looked at the knife, then at my bare index finger. The old instinct for self-preservation screamed at me, but the chilling certainty of my situation, the oppressive cold, the demanding presence of the figure, pushed me forward. With a profound sense of dread, I pressed the tip of the knife against my finger. It pricked, a tiny sting. A bead of dark red blood welled up, glistening in the flashlight beam. I held my finger over the Liber Umbri, over the symbol of the eye within the triangle etched into its dark leather cover. The whispers intensified, becoming a low, resonant hum. The figure remained still, but I could feel its focus, its immense, ancient power directed entirely at me at this single drop of blood. With a final, desperate prayer to any rational force that might exist, I let the drop of blood fall. It landed squarely on the thorn symbol on the book's cover. The moment it touched the leather, the symbol flared with an intense crimson light. The entire Liber Umbri began to hum, a deep, resonant vibration that I felt in my chest, in my bones, reverberating through the entire vault. The air crackled with unseen energy. The shadowed figure let out a sound, not a word, but a long, drawn-out sigh, a sound of profound relief or release that seemed to vibrate through the very fabric of the vault, rattling the shelves, making the ancient journals tremble. Then the crimson light from the book pulsed once, twice, and spread. It flowed from the book across the pedestal down to the floor and began to seep into the stone itself, following the cracks, the natural fissures radiating outwards. The thorn symbol on the vault door flared, mirroring the book, glowing with the same eerie crimson light. And then slowly, silently, the heavy steel door began to open inward again, revealing the dark, narrow passage beyond. Freedom! But I was frozen, mesmerized by the spectacle, by the sheer, undeniable reality of what had just happened. My blood, my ancestor's name, had opened a portal. The crimson light began to recede, drawing back into the book, which now lay silently on its pedestal, looking utterly innocuous, as if nothing had ever happened. The figure remained still and dark, but the oppressive chill began to recede, replaced by the normal coolness of the vault. The whispers faded, leaving only a profound silence. The figure then slowly, deliberately turned its shadowed head towards me. For a moment I thought it would speak again or make another demand. But it simply raised its hand, and with a gesture that seemed to indicate both warning and acceptance, it pointed towards the now open vault door. Go, the unspoken command was clear. I didn't hesitate. I scrambled for the door, my legs still shaky but infused with a desperate surge of adrenaline. I burst out of the vault, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom of the passage. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if the figure was still there, if the door was closing again. I ran blindly through the hidden passage, pushed the disguised bookshelf panel back into place, and burst back into the main archive hall. I didn't stop there. I ran through the dimly lit corridors, my heart pounding, my breath ragged, until I reached the safety of my own apartment. I slammed the door shut, locking it, bracing it with the chair just as I had the night before. I leaned against it, gasping for air, my body trembling from head to toe. My finger throbbed, a small, insignificant cut, but a potent, terrifying symbol of what I had done. I had encountered something impossible, something beyond history, beyond science, beyond anything I had ever believed in. A spectral entity, an ancient book, a blood ritual, and it was all connected to my family, to the Thorns, and to the Blackwoods. The words from Aliner's entry in the Liber Umbri echoed in my mind with chilling clarity. "Oh, Thomas, what have we done?" What indeed, and now I, Alex Thorne, had willingly, unknowingly continued it. Sleep was impossible. I sat in my apartment, lights blazing, staring at the small cut on my finger, the evidence of my horrifying encounter. My academic life, my rational world, had been utterly shattered. I was no longer a historian merely uncovering forgotten legacies. I was now a participant, irrevocably bound to a secret, a curse that spanned generations. The next morning, Mrs. Albright's voice cut through my exhaustion like a knife. "Dr. Thorne," she said, her tone sharper than usual, "I believe we need to have a serious discussion." I had just walked into the special reading room, exhaustion etched onto my face. The scent of old paper and dust, usually comforting, now seemed to carry a hint of that metallic tang from the vault. My eyes immediately went to the Blackwood Journal, then to Mrs. Albright. Her gaze was unusually intense, fixed on me. "Good morning, Mrs. Albright," I managed, my voice hoarse. I tried to project an air of calm, but I knew I looked like a wreck. She didn't return the greeting. Instead, she walked over to the reading table, her movements precise, almost deliberate. She picked up a small, folded piece of paper that lay beside the Blackwood Journal. "When I arrived this morning," she began, her voice low, "I found this tucked into the pages of Elias Blackwood's personal effects in the main archive, a location, I might add, that should have been locked and utterly undisturbed." My blood ran cold. The main archive hall was it back. She unfolded the paper. It was a single ancient parchment, yellowed and brittle, covered in faded script. My heart hammered against my ribs. I recognized the script. It was the same elegant, forceful hand that had written the opening lines in the Liber Umbri. "This, Dr. Thorne," Mrs. Albright continued, her gaze piercing, "is a copy of the Sterling Covenant, the original document which details the agreement between Elias Blackwood and Thomas Thorne for the founding of this library has been missing from our archives for over a century. Yet here it is, and it has a new edition." She slid the parchment across the table towards me. My eyes fell upon the final paragraph, a new section clearly added in a different ink, a vibrant, unsettling red contrasting sharply with the faded black of the original. It was a single sentence, written in a bold, almost aggressive hand. The blood of the line has been offered, the keeper is revealed, the great work must recommence. Beneath it, in the same unsettling red ink, was the Thorn family symbol, the eye within the triangle, and below that, in elegant, looping script, a single name, Alex Thorn. My name. My breath hitched, my entire body went rigid, the room seemed to spin. Mrs. Albright was watching me, her expression unreadable. For the first time, her stern facade seemed to crack, revealing a profound weariness, an ancient sorrow in her eyes. This new addition, Dr. Thorne, she said, her voice barely a whisper, appeared this morning, along with certain disturbances in the climate control system in the main archive hall, which suggested a significant drop in temperature during the night, and a slight aroma, almost metallic, in the air. She knew, or at least she suspected. Mrs. Albright, I began, my voice trembling, I can explain. She raised a hand, silencing me. There are things, Dr. Thorne, that defy explanation, things that have been locked away, hidden, or simply forgotten for good reason. Elias Blackwood built this library not just to store knowledge, but to contain it, to control it. He and Thomas Thorne were entangled in something far grander and far more dangerous than mere commerce. She picked up the Liber Umbri, which I had somehow managed to return to the reading room before Mrs. Albright arrived. She looked at its dark cover, then back at me. I believe, she said, her voice gaining a chilling certainty, that this great work, as it calls itself, has indeed recommenced, and it seems to have chosen you, Dr. Thorne, as its new keeper. My gaze fell on the covenant, on my name, written in that terrifying red ink. The blood of the line, my blood. The cut on my finger throbbed, a silent, burning testament to my unwitting initiation. What is the great work? I asked, the words barely a whisper. What is happening? Mrs. Albright's eyes, usually so sharp and unyielding, now held a deep, profound fear. The great work, she said, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, is the reason this library exists. It is the purpose of the Thorne and Blackwood families, and it is a binding agreement with something ancient, something that demands balance or pays a terrible price. She leaned closer, her voice barely audible. You've read Elias' journal, you've seen the whispers of imbalance. The library is a focal point, a nexus. It was built to contain a breach, a tear in the veil between our world and another. The Thorns and Blackwoods, through generations, maintained a ward over this nexus, a ward that requires the purity of their blood, their intent, their very lives to sustain. But what happens if the ward fails? I asked, the terrifying implication dawning on me. Then the echoes grow stronger, she said, her voice grim. The breach expands, and what lies beyond begins to seep through. My mind flashed back to the shadowy figure in the archive hall, to the icy cold, the raspy whispers. The figure I saw. An echo, Mrs. Albright confirmed, her gaze fixed on the Liber Umbri. A manifestation of what lies beyond the veil, a warning or perhaps a guide. They are drawn to the bloodline that holds the key to the ward. And the Liber Umbri, I asked, gesturing to the dark book. It is the record of the great work, she explained. A guide, a ritual text, a warning, passed down through the female line of the Blackwoods, who often served as the primary keepers of the rituals while the Thorn men provided the connection. She paused, her eyes lingering on my face. It reveals itself when the time is right or when the need is dire, and it seems, Dr. Thorne, that time is now. But why me? I asked, a desperate plea for understanding. I'm just a historian, I stumbled into this. Perhaps, Mrs. Albright said, a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of something akin to pity in her eyes. Or perhaps you were chosen. The line of Thorn has grown thin, scattered, complacent, but the blood still flows. And you, Alex Thorne, are now inextricably linked to this library, to this curse, to this ancient pact. She gestured to the covenant, to my name written in blood-red ink. The great work has recommenced, and you are its keeper. That means you are responsible for maintaining the ward, for understanding what it demands, and for facing what happens if you fail. The weight of her words settled on me, heavier than any book, more crushing than any stone vault. I wasn't just researching a forgotten legacy anymore. I was the legacy, and it was terrifying. What do I do? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, feeling utterly lost, utterly overwhelmed. Mrs. Albright looked at the Liber Umbri, then back at me. You start by reading, she said, her voice regaining some of its usual authority, though tempered with a new grave solemnity. You immerse yourself in the Liber Umbri. It contains the instructions, the history, the warnings. All the Thorns and Blackwoods who came before you left their mark, their knowledge, their experience within its pages. But Elias dismissed it as superstition, I countered, remembering his letters. Elias was a pragmatist, Mrs. Albright said with a hint of scorn. He wished to control everything, even that which defied control. He attempted to secularize the work, to make it palatable to his rational mind. But the truth is, some things are simply beyond reason. He understood the need for the ward, but perhaps not the spiritual cost. And his wife, Alina, understood it all too well, though she too struggled against it. So the goal is to maintain the ward. To close the breach, she corrected, her eyes darkening. To repair the fabric. The previous keepers, they merely maintained it, fearing to truly mend what was broken. But the longer it remains, the weaker it becomes, and the more attracted other things become. Other things, I felt a fresh wave of dread. Mrs. Albright nodded grimly. The echoes are but minor manifestations, they are fragments, reflections, but what comes through when the breach widens, that is far more potent, far more destructive. It hungers not just for balance, but for chaos. She leaned back, her shoulders slumping slightly. My family has served the Blackwoods for generations, Dr. Thorne. We are the caretakers of this library, yes, but also the silent witnesses to its true purpose. I have guarded these secrets, overseen the ward's slow decline, but I am old, and the ward requires a living, breathing connection, a thorn. She fixed me with a gaze that seemed to pierce through me. You are the last of your direct line, Alex. The burden falls to you. The weight of this revelation was suffocating. I, Alex Thorne, a freshly minted PhD in 19th century New England family histories, was now the keeper of an ancient, terrifying secret, responsible for preventing an unknown horror from breaching into our world. My summer fellowship had become a living nightmare. What about the Blackwoods? I asked, remembering the second family name. Are there any left? The direct male line ended with Elia's son, who died childless, Mrs. Albright replied, her voice tinged with a faint melancholy. There are distant relations, but they are unaware, unsuited. The primary responsibility passed to Aliner's descendants, but they too dwindled. That's why the strain on the ward has increased so dramatically over the past century. So it's just me. So it's just me, I finished, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. The silence that followed was heavy, laden with the weight of generations and a responsibility I never asked for. Mrs. Albright nodded, her gaze unwavering. Indeed, Dr. Thorne, just you for now. The burden of the ward of the balance now rests solely on your shoulders. The blood has been offered, the keeper revealed. The great work demands your attention. My stomach churned. This was too much. A lifetime of studying dusty papers and forgotten lives had not prepared me for this. I, Alex Thorne, was now an unwitting participant in a cosmic horror, a desperate struggle to prevent some unseen terror from spilling into our world. Where do I begin? I asked, my voice thin and reedy. Mrs. Albright gestured to the Liber Umbri, which lay on the table between us. You begin there. It is the guide. It holds the accumulated knowledge, the rituals, the warnings of all the keepers who came before you. It will teach you what you need to know about the ward, about the breach, and about the entities that seek passage. She then pointed to the Blackwood Journal, open to the page with my family's symbol. And you continue your work with Elias' writings. He may have dismissed much of the occult aspects, but his scientific mind recorded observations that will be invaluable. He sought to understand the mechanisms, even if he denied their supernatural source. And you, I asked, looking at her, a strange mix of fear and desperate hope in my eyes. What is your role in all this? A flicker of something, resignation, perhaps, crossed her stern features. My family, the Albrights, have been the silent guardians of this knowledge for generations. We are the caretakers, the archivists, ensuring the records remain and that a keeper is found when the need arises. We cannot directly interfere with the great work, for we do not possess the bloodline, but we can guide, we can provide context. And we can ensure the library, the nexus itself, remains secure to the best of our ability. Secure, I echoed, remembering the hidden vault, the secret passages. This library is a fortress, Dr. Thorne, she affirmed, a hint of pride in her voice despite the gravity of the situation. Elias Blackwood, for all his skepticism, built it with a profound understanding of the forces at play. It is designed not just to house books, but to contain energies. The structural integrity, the specific materials used, the layout, all are part of the ward's physical manifestation. The clock tower, for instance, is not merely ornamental. It is the anchor, the heart of the ward, constantly resonating with the energies of the nexus. I remembered the lingering chime, the feeling of a presence near the tower. It all began to click, a horrifying, intricate puzzle falling into place. But if the ward is failing and I'm the last thorn, I trailed off, the implication clear. The fate of everything rested on me, a historian. Then you must not fail, Mrs. Albright stated, her voice firm, devoid of pity. The consequences are unthinkable, but you are not entirely alone. I will assist you in any way I can within the limits of my family's role. She paused, her gaze softening almost imperceptibly. And the Liber Umbri, it will guide you. It wants to guide you. It seeks to close the breach as much as we do. The idea that a book could want something was unsettling, but after the night in the vault, I was past conventional skepticism. So my task is to study this book, understand the ward, and somehow fix it. Precisely, she said, and perhaps understand what Elias and Thomas did, for the Liber Umbri hinted at a past transgression. Oh, Thomas, what have we done? It suggests a critical error, a moment when the ward was not just maintained, but perhaps altered, leading to its current instability. The weight of it all was crushing. I looked at the dark, unassuming cover of the Liber Umbri. It held not just history, but a terrible, urgent prophecy. I'll start immediately, I said, a strange resolve hardening within me. Fear was still a cold knot in my stomach, but it was now mingled with a desperate hunger for knowledge, a burning need to understand and, if possible, control this terrifying legacy. Mrs. Albright nodded, a hint of approval in her eyes. Excellent, for now we maintain appearances. Continue your research into Elias Blackwood, but your true work, it begins now, Dr. Thorne. The next few days blurred into an intense, almost feverish cycle of research and growing dread. My apartment became a sanctuary only in name. The library, once my intellectual haven, was now a charged, living entity, its walls humming with unseen energies. I divided my time between the Blackwood Journal and primarily the Liber Umbri. Mrs. Albright, true to her word, became an invaluable, if taciturn, ally. She would occasionally leave cryptic notes on my desk, or subtly direct me to other forgotten texts that held tangential yet crucial information about local folklore, ancient ley lines, or forgotten cults that had once flourished in the region. She spoke little, but her presence was a constant, steady anchor in my spiraling reality. The Liber Umbri proved to be far more than a grimoire of spells. It was a layered tapestry of historical accounts, scientific observations, astronomical charts, and ritual instructions, all intertwined with philosophical treatises on the nature of reality and consciousness. The script within varied wildly, testament to generations of keepers who had added their own insights and experiences. The elegant, forceful hand that had penned the opening lines in Aliner's frantic entries often appeared, sometimes alongside Elia's precise, analytical notes. I spent hours poring over its pages, my mind struggling to bridge the gap between my academic training and the arcane knowledge unfolding before me. The book didn't just present information, it seemed to resonate with my very being, the thorn symbol on its cover pulsing faintly in my peripheral vision as I read, almost as if it were reading me. One passage, written in a hand that predated Ilia's and Aliner by centuries, captivated me. The veil is the breath of creation, a fragile membrane between what is seen and what is dreamt. When rent, it weeps, and its tears manifest as echoes, fragmented sorrows, hungry ghosts, shadows of what once was, yearning for completeness. But beyond the echoes lie the shades, the true denizens of the deep veil, beings of primal thought and unmaking, who seek to consume all that is solid, to return all to the formless void from which they sprang. This explained the shadowed figure and echo, but the mention of shades sent a fresh wave of terror through me. Were these the other things Mrs. Albright warned of, the ones that hungered for chaos? I learned that the library stood on a nexus point, a place where the barrier between dimensions, the veil, was naturally weaker. My ancestors, the Thorns, along with the Blackwoods, had discovered this nexus centuries ago, but instead of sealing it, they had, for reasons still unclear, attempted to harness its power. The Thorn line, rich in the subtle currents of sight, and the Blackwood line, strong in the arts of containment, were chosen not to close the gate but to build a bridge. A bridge of knowledge, of intent, of controlled access, allowing a limited interaction with the veiled ones for wisdom and prosperity. A grand, audacious folly born of hunger and hubris. This particular entry, written in Aliner Blackwood's agitated script, provided a chilling insight into the original transgression. They hadn't just accidentally weakened the ward, they had deliberately tried to exploit the breach. The Sterling Covenant, the document Mrs. Albright had shown me, with my name now scrawled in blood-red ink, wasn't just a founding document for a library, it was a pact. A pact between my ancestors and something unseen, a binding agreement that demanded a living keeper to maintain a fragile balance. The library itself, with its intricate architecture and specific material composition, was the physical manifestation of this ward. The clock tower, as Mrs. Albright had explained, was the anchor resonating with the nexus, while the vast collection of knowledge within the library served as a kind of energetic buffer, a shield of human thought against the chaos of the deep veil. The Liber Umbri detailed the rituals, the great work, required to maintain this ward. They weren't elaborate ceremonies with arcane symbols, but subtle acts of intention, of presence, of focus. They involved meditating in specific locations within the library, particularly in the lower archives near the clock tower's foundation, and a strange requirement to continually add new knowledge, new books to the collection. The ward hungers for growth, for the ceaseless expansion of conscious thought. It thrives on the accumulation of human knowledge, each new volume a brick in the wall against the encroaching formless. The keeper must ensure the flow of new understanding never ceases, for stagnation invites decay and decay opens the gate. This explained Elia's obsession with expanding the library, with acquiring new collections. He hadn't just been a bibliophile, he'd been performing a ritual, albeit a secularized one. The library's constant evolution wasn't about scholarly pursuit alone, it was about survival. As I delved deeper into the Liber Umbri, my understanding grew, but so did the manifestations. The echoes were becoming bolder, more frequent. The first subtle signs were disembodied whispers just at the edge of hearing when I was alone in the reading room at night. They were like dry leaves skittering across a vast, empty plain, or faint, mournful sighs carried on an unseen wind. Sometimes I would glimpse movement in my peripheral vision, a shadowy ripple in the stacks, gone before I could fully turn my head. The air in the library became noticeably colder in certain sections, particularly near the subterranean archive hall, a chill that had nothing to do with faulty climate control. Then came the books. Not just Elias' journal, but other volumes in the Blackwood collection began to exhibit strange anomalies. Passages would appear underlined in a glowing, ethereal script that faded as quickly as it appeared. Pages would turn on their own, revealing sections eerily relevant to my current thoughts or fears. Once a small, intricate drawing of a coiled serpent, its eyes glowing faintly, appeared in the margin of a 17th century herbal, a book I was certain had no such illustration previously. Mrs. Albright found a copy of a local historical society newsletter from the 1920s with a single comma, identical to the one in Elias' journal, materializing mid-sentence. These manifestations, while terrifying, began to feel less like random haunting and more like communication. The echoes through the library were trying to tell me something, or perhaps reacting to my efforts. They were drawn to my blood, my presence as the keeper. One evening, as I was studying a particularly dense passage in the Liber Umbri about the threshold guardians, entities that guarded the immediate fringes of the breach, the air in the special reading room became unnaturally still. The old clock in the tower chimed, its resonance echoing through the thick stone walls, but this time the chime lingered, vibrating in the very air, growing in intensity until it felt like a physical pressure against my eardrums. The thorn symbol on the Liber Umbri, lying open on the table, began to glow with a faint, internal crimson light, pulsing with the rhythm of my own frantic heartbeat. Then, without a sound, the pages of the book began to turn on their own, slowly at first, then faster, a whirlwind of ancient parchment, until they stopped on a specific page. The page contained a detailed diagram of the Sterling Library's foundations, with specific points highlighted. Around the diagram, in various hands, were scribbled notes, warnings, and instructions. One section in Elias Blackwood's meticulous script described a subterranean current, an underground river or spring that ran beneath the library, a vital component of the ward. The flow maintains the integrity, Elias had written. A constant, pure current, if impeded, the ward will fissure. Beneath this, in a leaner's agitated hand, was a more chilling note. The flow is choked, the root is severed, they come from below. Below, my mind immediately went to the subterranean archive hall, to the rusted ladder, to the even deeper darkness I had glimpsed. That metallic tang, that earthy smell in the vault, the old blood and dust, mixed with overturned soil. As I absorbed this, the light in the reading room flickered erratically, then died completely, plunging the room into absolute darkness. The only illumination came from the crimson glow of the Liber Umbri, its light casting dancing, unsettling shadows on the walls. Then from the direction of the main archive hall came a sound. Not a whisper, not a rustle, but a low, guttural moan, a sound of profound pain and ancient hunger rising in intensity. It was much closer, much more substantial than anything I had heard before. It was not an echo. It was something else, something larger. My heart leaped into my throat. The Liber Umbri's crimson light pulsed wildly, as if mirroring the encroaching threat. I scrambled back from the table, knocking my chair over with a crash. The moan intensified, growing into a ragged, rasping breath, a sound that seemed to scrape against the very fabric of reality. It was drawing closer, steadily, inexorably. "Mrs. Albright," I cried out, my voice laced with terror. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. When its beam finally cut through the gloom, it was an inadequate shield against the encroaching darkness. The moaning stopped abruptly. A heavy, dragging sound, like something immense being pulled across a stone floor, replaced it. It was slow, deliberate, each scrape sending a jolt of pure dread through me. I aimed my flashlight at the double doors leading to the main archive hall. The doors were slowly, inexorably beginning to open. Panic seized me. This was not an echo. This was something real, something physical, something coming through the breach. Just as a sliver of darkness, darker than the night itself, became visible in the widening gap of the doors, a figure suddenly materialized in front of me. It was Mrs. Albright. She stood between me and the doors, a small, ornate silver bell clutched in her hand. Her face, usually so impassive, was etched with a grim determination, her eyes blazing with an ancient, fierce defiance. "Stay behind me, Dr. Thorne," she commanded, her voice surprisingly strong, cutting through the silence. "Do not let it see your fear, do not let it claim your intent." As the doors continued to open, revealing a deeper, more profound darkness within the archive hall, Mrs. Albright raised the silver bell. Its surface was intricately carved, depicting the same tree with deep roots and reaching branches that I had seen on the locket in the vault. The eye within triangle symbol was subtly integrated into its design. With a deep breath, she shook the bell. A clear, resonant tone, pure and piercing, cut through the oppressive atmosphere. It was a sound of immense power, vibrating through the air, seeming to push back against the encroaching darkness. The doors to the archive hall shuddered, then slammed shut with a resounding clang as if struck by an invisible force. The heavy dragging sound ceased. The primal moan was cut off, replaced by a low, defeated growl that quickly faded into silence. The crimson glow of the Liber Umbri dimmed, then extinguished entirely. The lights in the reading room flickered, then came back on, bathing the room in its usual comforting warmth. Mrs. Albright stood for a moment, her chest heaving, her grip still tight on the silver bell. Then slowly she lowered her arm. The raw defiance in her eyes softened, replaced by a profound weariness. That, she said, her voice strained, was not an echo, Dr. Thorne. That was a threshold guardian. It sensed your awakening. It tried to test the new keeper, to force the breach. I stared at her, utterly speechless, my mind struggling to process the terror I had just witnessed. A bell. A simple silver bell had repelled something that felt like a physical manifestation of pure dread. What was that bell? I finally managed to whisper. This bell, Mrs. Albright replied, looking at the ornate object in her hand, has been passed down through my family for generations. It is a tool of containment, a small, focused ward in its own right. It creates a resonant frequency that repels the shades, disrupts their ethereal form. It serves as a temporary barrier when the main ward falters. She then looked at me, her expression serious. But it is merely a delay, Dr. Thorne. It cannot close the breach. Only you, as the keeper, can truly do that. She handed the bell to me. It felt cool and heavy in my hand, its surface radiating a faint, almost imperceptible warmth. The intricate carvings felt alive beneath my fingertips. You must understand the nature of the subterranean current, she urged, her voice now filled with a renewed urgency. Elinor's notes imply it is choked. That is likely the core weakness of the ward. You must descend, you must find the source of the blockage, and you must clear it. My blood ran cold again. Descend, back into the darkness, deeper than the archive hall. The thought filled me with an instinctual dread. But what if I meet one of those threshold guardians down there? Mrs. Albright's gaze was unflinching. You now have the bell, and you have the Liber Umbri. It will guide you. The guardians are drawn to the power of the Nexus, but they also fear the power of the Keeper. You are not defenseless, Alex. You possess the blood of the line. That is your greatest protection and your greatest weapon. She paused, then added a hint of something uncharacteristic in her voice, almost encouragement. And remember what Elias wrote. The flow maintains the integrity. Without it, the entire ward will collapse. The breach will widen beyond our ability to contain it. I clutched the silver bell, its weight a strange comfort. There was no denying it. The next step in the great work was clear. I had to go deeper. Into the forgotten darkness beneath the library, where the very foundations of the ward lay broken. The next night, armed with my trusty flashlight, the silver bell, and the Liber Umbri tucked securely into my backpack, I found myself once again standing before the rusted door to the subterranean archive hall. This time I didn't hesitate. Fear was still a constant companion, but it was now overshadowed by a grim determination, a sense of profound duty that had taken root within me. I was the keeper. This was my responsibility. The air beyond the rusted door was even colder, heavy with the scent of damp earth and stagnant water, a tangible difference from the relative freshness of the upper library. I descended the rusted ladder, my boots scraping against the metal, the only sound in the suffocating silence. At the bottom, my flashlight beam cut through the absolute darkness, revealing the cavernous space. The forgotten machinery, the dripping pipes, they all seemed more menacing now, imbued with a sinister stillness. The floor was slick with condensation, and puddles reflected the dancing beam of my light. I pulled out the Liber Umbri. Its cover, still dark and unassuming, felt strangely warm in my gloved hands. I focused my intent, silently asking it for guidance. The pages rippled, then turned, coming to rest on Elias' diagram of the library's foundations, specifically highlighting the subterranean current and a series of cryptic markers indicating a path deeper beneath the building. Follow the flow's lament, Elinor's scrawled note read. Where the stone weeps, there the heart of the ward lies broken. I scanned the surroundings. There behind a towering derelict boiler I saw it, a narrow arching passage barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. It looked less like a constructed hallway and more like a natural cave entrance, crudely carved out of the earth and reinforced with rough-hewn stones. Water seeped from the crevices, forming a small, dark stream that flowed into the passage. This had to be it, the source of the flow. I took a deep breath, the cold air burning my lungs, and stepped into the passage. The air grew heavier, the silence more profound. The light from my flashlight seemed to be absorbed by the ancient earth around me. The passage sloped downwards, winding deeper into the earth, the walls becoming increasingly damp and covered in strange, luminous fungi that pulsed with a faint, sickly green light. The Liber Umbri had warned about the effect of the Nexus on the surrounding environment. This was clearly a place where the veil was thin, where natural laws were distorted. I walked cautiously, the silver bell clutched in my free hand, my senses on high alert. The whispers I had heard before were now almost constant, a low, unintelligible murmur that seemed to emanate from the very stones around me. The metallic tang in the air grew stronger, mingling with a new, unsettling smell, something akin to decay, but not quite organic. After what felt like an eternity, the passage opened into a larger chamber, a vast, echoing cavern carved deep beneath the library. My flashlight beam struggled to penetrate the immense darkness, revealing only tantalizing glimpses of towering rock formations shimmering with dampness. In the center of the cavern, a dark, underground river flowed sluggishly, its surface flat and still, reflecting nothing. It emitted a faint, deep thrum, a sound that vibrated through the floor, through my very bones. This was the flow. But something was wrong. The river should have been vibrant, a source of power. Instead, it felt stagnant, almost dead. As I directed my flashlight beam across the cavern, I saw the source of the problem. A massive rockfall had occurred, blocking the river's path, creating a dam of earth and stone that completely choked the flow. Water was backing up, creating a vast, dark pool of stagnant liquid that filled one side of the cavern, its surface eerily still. And on the fallen rocks, clinging to them like some hideous, cancerous growth, were patches of a black, viscous substance. It seemed to pulse faintly, absorbing the light, radiating that same chilling, decaying scent. This was what Aliner meant by choked. This dark, unholy blockage was festering at the heart of the ward. Suddenly, a sound emerged from the darkness beyond the blockage. A sharp, piercing shriek echoing through the cavern, filled with an ancient malevolence. My blood ran cold. Then from the shadows, forms began to coalesce. They were smaller than the threshold guardian I had seen upstairs, but far more numerous. Like insects swarming out of a dark crack, they began to emerge from the black ooze clinging to the rockfall. These were the echoes, but unlike the shadowed figure, these were not merely spectral. They were writhing amorphous shapes like distortions in the very air, vaguely humanoid but without features, their forms constantly shifting, dissolving, and reforming. They pulsed with a faint, sickly green luminescence, and as they drew closer, I could hear their whispers more clearly now, a chorus of anguished, broken voices, all repeating the same terrifying word. Broken, broken, broken. These were the fragmented sorrows, the hungry ghosts the Liber Umbri described. They were attracted to the weakness, to the broken flow, drawn like vultures to carrion. They were the manifestations of the breach itself, trying to fully tear open the veil. My hand instinctively tightened around the silver bell. I remembered Mrs. Albright's words. It creates a resonant frequency that repels the shades. These weren't the full shades, but they were manifestations of the deep veil. With a surge of desperate courage, I raised the bell and rang it. The piercing chime reverberated through the cavern, sharp and pure. The echoes recoiled, their forms momentarily solidifying into grotesque caricatures of human suffering before dissolving back into shimmering darkness. Their whispers turned into sharp, pained cries like insects scorched by light. The bell had an effect, but it was only temporary. They regrouped, drawing back into the deepest shadows, but their numbers seemed to grow, the sickly green luminescence intensifying. They were waiting, watching, probing. I needed to clear the blockage, but how? The rockfall was immense. I was a historian, not a miner. I looked down at the Liber Umbri again, still open on the diagram of the flow. My eyes fell on another of Elias' notes scrawled beneath the diagram. The flow is not merely water. It is a conduit of pure arcane energy, of the Earth's own vital current. Its path must be unhindered. If physical intervention is impossible, a spiritual redirection may be necessary. The ley lines, when properly attuned, can shift the Earth itself. Ley lines, I remembered Mrs. Albright's subtle hints, the books on ancient folklore. The Liber Umbri contained maps of the surrounding region, crisscrossed with glowing lines, invisible pathways of telluric energy that converged beneath the library. The flow was a manifestation of these lines. Aliner's hand added, the focus must be pure, the intent unwavering. To mend the broken, one must offer a part of oneself to the earth, the true heart of the ward. Offer a part of myself, the blood, but I had already offered my blood to open the vault. What more did the flow demand? I looked at the rockfall, then at the menacing swarm of echoes in the shadows, their whispers growing bolder. The bell could only hold them back for so long. I had to act. My gaze fell on the silver locket still nestled in my pocket, the locket with the tree motif, its roots deep, its branches reaching, and the small folded parchment inside. To awaken the passage, speak the name and offer the blood of the line. And the name, Thomas. The memory of the vault, of the symbol glowing with crimson light, surged back. The power of my blood, infused with the name of my ancestor, had opened the vault, connected to the thorn symbol. The same symbol was on the bell and subtly on the locket. It clicked. The flow wasn't just water or arcane energy. It was intertwined with the very bloodline of the keepers, my blood. I looked at the ominous black sludge clinging to the rocks. It was like a cancerous growth, draining the life from the flow. To clear it, I needed to re-energize the flow, to remind it of its true purpose, to connect it to the living current of the keeper. I closed my eyes, trying to visualize the ley lines Elias had mapped, the network of invisible energy pulsing beneath the earth. I focused on the image of the flow, imagining it strong and vibrant, rushing through its ancient course. Then I looked at the blockage, the rockfall heavy and immobile. I needed to shift it, not physically but spiritually. Offer a part of oneself to the earth, the true heart of the ward. My eyes fell on a small, sharp piece of rock, broken off from the blockage itself, lying on the damp floor near the stagnant water. It was covered in the same black, viscous sludge. This was a long shot, a desperate, terrifying gamble, but what choice did I have? I knelt beside the sluggish river near the edge of the rockfall. The air around me crackled with the restless energy of the echoes, their whispers like a rising tide. I could feel their hungry gaze on me, waiting for a weakness. I pulled off my glove, my bare hand trembled slightly. I picked up the sharp piece of rock, its rough surface cold and slimy with the black sludge. I remembered the small cut on my finger, the tiny prick that had unleashed such immense power in the vault. This time I needed more than a single drop. With a deep, shuddering breath, I pressed the sharp edge of the rock against my palm. The pain was immediate, a sharp, searing agony that made me gasp. A fresh, vivid crimson welled up, flowing freely down my hand, mingling with the black sludge on the rock, a stark contrast against my pale skin. I focused my entire being, my intent unwavering. "Thomas," I whispered, the name echoing slightly in the cavern. I poured all my fear, all my desperation, all my newfound resolve into that single ancient name. Then, with my bleeding hand, I plunged the sludge-covered rock into the stagnant river, directly in front of the blockage. The moment the blood touched the water, the cavern erupted. A searing, blinding light, crimson and white, exploded from the point where the rock entered the flow. The stagnant water began to churn violently, boiling and steaming as if alive. The light pulsed, throbbing with immense power emanating from the river itself, from the very heart of the ward. The black, viscous sludge on the rockfall began to shrivel, to recede, as if burned away by an invisible fire. The rockfall itself, massive and seemingly immovable, began to tremble. A low, grinding groan, like the earth itself was stirring from a deep slumber, filled the cavern. The echoes shrieked, a collective sound of pure agony and defeat. The sickly green luminescence vanished, replaced by the overwhelming, purifying crimson light. They recoiled, their amorphous forms tearing themselves apart, dissolving into nothingness, banished by the surging power of the flow. The grinding sound intensified, echoing through the cavern, shaking the very foundations of the library above. Dust and small pebbles rained down from the ceiling. Then, with a colossal, deafening roar, the massive rockfall began to move. Slowly at first, then with increasing momentum, the huge boulders shifted, crumbled, and were pulled apart as if by unseen hands, sinking into the turbulent depths of the flow. The choked river surged forward, a torrent of clear, vibrant water now roaring through its newly freed path. The stagnant pool drained away, replaced by the vibrant, rushing current. The air in the cavern cleared, the metallic tang replaced by the fresh, clean scent of damp earth and pure water. The ominous cold receded, leaving behind a crisp, almost invigorating coolness. I stumbled back, my hands still bleeding, my body trembling from the raw power I had just unleashed. The light from the flow subsided, leaving the cavern lit only by my flashlight and the lingering, faint glow of the luminous fungi. The flow was free, the ward was mended, at least for now. I stood there panting, my heart pounding, gazing at the rushing river. It looked alive again, its surface sparkling, its energy palpable. The black sludge was gone, completely consumed by the surge. The Liber Umbri, still clutched in my other hand, began to glow again, but this time with a soft, comforting golden light, a gentle hum resonating from its pages. I carefully closed it, a profound sense of accomplishment, mingled with sheer exhaustion, washing over me. I had done it, I had cleared the blockage, I had restored the flow. My gaze fell on my bleeding palm. The cut was deep, a stark red line across my skin, but it no longer throbbed with pain. Instead, it felt alive, connected. The blood of the line had been offered, the earth had accepted its due. I reached into my backpack for my first aid kit and carefully dressed the wound. As I wrapped the bandage around my hand, I noticed something new. The thorn symbol, the eye within the triangle, was faintly visible on the back of my hand, just above my knuckles, as if subtly branded into my skin. It wasn't raised or painful, but it was there, a faint, almost invisible mark, a permanent testament to my role as keeper. I had stepped into a world beyond reason, beyond history, and I had, by fire and blood, taken my place within it. I still had 1,000 questions, but for now a profound weariness settled over me. I needed to get back to Mrs. Albright, back to the light. I began the long, slow ascent back through the winding passage, up the rusted ladder, and finally into the quiet, still vastness of the subterranean archive hall. The air here already felt lighter, cleaner, the chilling sense of oppression somewhat lifted. As I reached the rusted door, I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound from the deeper parts of the hall, a new sound, a rhythmic tapping. My heart leaped back into my throat. The flow was free, but what else had been disturbed? I strained my ears. The tapping seemed to be coming from the direction of the deepest, oldest part of the archive, a section filled with forgotten, crated artifacts, rarely touched even by Mrs. Albright. It sounded like a slow, deliberate series of knocks, as if something was trying to communicate from within a sealed container. The Liber Umbri in my backpack suddenly grew heavy, pulsing with a faint, insistent energy. I hesitated, I was exhausted, my hand throbbed, and I had just faced down a horde of spectral entities. My instinct screamed to run, to return to the relative safety of my apartment. But another instinct, newly awakened, the instinct of the keeper, pulled me forward. The tapping was a new message, a new challenge. The ward may have been mended, but the great work was clearly far from over. I pulled out my flashlight and aimed its beam towards the source of the sound. The tapping grew louder, more distinct, echoing in the cavernous space. It was not hostile, not threatening, but rather purposeful, insistent. My exhaustion warred with a prickle of fresh dread, but the Liber Umbri's insistent pulse in my backpack urged me forward. The newly mended flow beneath us still hummed with a faint, steady energy, and the air felt cleaner, lighter, a testament to my desperate act. I was still shaken, still raw from the ordeal, but a new kind of resilience had taken root. I was the keeper, and the library, it seemed, was still speaking. I walked slowly, my flashlight beam cutting through the oppressive gloom, towards the deepest, oldest section of the subterranean archive hall. This area was a forgotten graveyard of history, filled with dusty crates, tarpaulin-draped furniture, and haphazard stacks of objects that even Mrs. Albright seemed to avoid. It was a place where forgotten things gathered, where silence held its breath. The tapping grew louder, more distinct as I drew closer. It was a metallic sound, muffled but rhythmic, like a small hammer striking resonant metal, echoing strangely in the vast space. Clink, clink, clink. It emanated from a large, oblong wooden crate tucked away behind a pile of ancient, rusted filing cabinets. The crate was old, its wood dark with age, bound with corroded iron straps. It bore no labels, no markings, just the accumulated dust of decades. Yet from within it, the tapping persisted, a steady, unwavering cadence. My breath hitched, my mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. A faulty pipe, some seismic tremor, but the Liber Umbri's insistent hum in my backpack, the undeniable feeling of intent behind the tapping, dismissed such mundane thoughts. This was another message, another demand. I approached the crate cautiously, my silver bell clutched in my wounded hand. The tapping didn't stop, didn't falter. It was as if whatever was inside knew I was there, was trying to get my attention. I knelt, peering at the crate. There was no visible lock, but the iron straps were wrapped tightly around it, secured by thick, rusted bolts. It looked completely sealed. I carefully placed my ear against the wood. The tapping was clearer now, almost directly beneath my ear. Clink, 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 and with it, a faint, almost imperceptible vibration, a low hum that resonated deep within the wood itself. My injured palm throbbed, and the thorn symbol on the back of my hand seemed to warm, a faint pulse mirroring the rhythmic sound. The Liber Umbri in my backpack vibrated with increasing urgency, its cover pressing against my back, urging me on. I pulled out the Liber Umbri, placing it on the floor beside the crate. Its pages immediately began to ripple, then settled on an entry written in a familiar, precise hand. Elias Blackwood. His entry wasn't about the flow or the veil. It was a cryptic lament, accompanied by a detailed sketch of a complex, clockwork-like device. The folly of man to think he can bind the unbound, capture the uncapturable, Elias had written. Thomas, in his desperation, pursued a dangerous path. He sought not to merely observe, but to communicate. He believed in his profound grief that he could compel the echoes, not just repel them. He called it the resonator, a mechanism to bridge the gap, to give voice to the voiceless. He thought he could control it. I warned him. I begged him. But the lure of the lost was too strong. Beneath Elias' entry in a leaner's agitated scrawl was a chilling addendum. He trapped one, a fragment, believed he could make it speak. He thought he could find a way through the veil, not just to mend, but to traverse. The resonator became its cage, but the cage requires a living conduit. It demands a thorn, and now it calls. My gaze snapped back to the crate. The tapping continued, unwavering. A resonator, a device to communicate with or even trap an echo, and it had been calling for a thorn, calling for me. Elias' words about Thomas, in his profound grief, echoed in my mind. What had Thomas lost? The Liber Umbri had often hinted at a past transgression related to both founders. Was this it, an attempt to contact the dead, a desperate attempt to bring something back across the veil? The Liber Umbri pulsed again, a soft, golden light emanating from its pages, illuminating the crate. I noticed for the first time a small, almost invisible inscription etched into the side of the crate, partially obscured by dust. I wiped it away with my sleeve. It was the thorn symbol, the eye within the triangle, deeply carved into the wood, and beneath it faintly the name Thomas. My ancestor, he had built this. He had trapped something here, and now it was calling out, using his name, using my bloodline to demand release or perhaps to offer its own distorted form of communication. The iron straps securing the crate were thick, rusted, almost solid. There was no way to simply pry them open. I tried to find a latch, a hinge, anything to suggest how it might be opened, but the design was seamless, utterly secure. This was a prison, not a storage box. I pulled out my research knife, the small blade that had drawn my blood in the vault. I tried to insert it into the seams of the crate to leverage a strap, but the rust was too great, the wood too old and strong. It wouldn't budge. The tapping intensified, growing frantic now, as if sensing my frustration, my inability to open its prison. Clink, 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 it was faster, more urgent. I looked at the liber umbri, then back at the crate. The cage requires a living conduit, it demands a thorn. My eyes fell on the thorn symbol carved into the wood, and then to the same symbol faintly branded on my bleeding palm. This was a thorn creation, it demanded a thorn to open it, and if the flow required my blood, what did this device demand? The thought filled me with a deep, instinctive dread. My blood seemed to be the universal key to everything in this terrifying legacy. I hesitated. What if releasing it was a mistake? Elias had warned against Thomas's folly. Eleanor had described it as a fragment. What horrors would I unleash if I opened this cage? But the tapping continued, relentless, a plea, a demand, a desperate call from whatever ancient grief Thomas Thorne had sought to capture. The echoes I had just banished from the flow were fragmented sorrows. Was this one of them, trapped in suffering? A new realization struck me. Eleanor's entry, he trapped one, a fragment, believed he could make it speak. He thought he could find a way through the veil, not just to mend, but to traverse. This was the bridge she spoke of in the liber umbri, not a bridge of knowledge, but a literal bridge using a trapped echo, a way to bypass the ward to cross the veil. This was the past transgression, the deviation from merely containing the breach. This was the true origin of the ward's instability. And now I, Alex Thorne, was being asked to continue that transgression, or perhaps to rectify it. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I looked at the thorn symbol on the crate, then at my own hand. The connection was undeniable. With a profound sense of resignation, I pressed my bleeding palm flat against the thorn symbol on the wooden crate. The moment my blood-covered hand touched the symbol, the crate began to hum. Not the metallic tapping, but a deep, resonant vibration that emanated from within the wood itself. The iron straps, once corroded and rigid, began to glow with a faint, internal red light, and then impossibly they softened, melting away like wax, dissolving into nothingness. The rusted bolts simply disintegrated into fine dust. The top of the crate, no longer held by the straps, slowly, silently began to lift. I recoiled slightly, my flashlight beam fixed on the opening. A strange, swirling darkness, not quite opaque, not quite transparent, began to seep out of the crate, coalescing into a shimmering, indistinct form. It was an echo, but different from the shadowed figure in the vault, and vastly different from the writhing entities in the cavern. This echo was smaller, more contained, and it shimmered with a faint, almost heartbreakingly sad luminescence like a trapped firefly. It didn't have the predatory hunger of the shades or the oppressive chill of the previous echo. It was mournful. As it fully emerged, hovering silently above the now open crate, I could make out its form. It was vaguely humanoid, but its features were indistinct, constantly shifting like smoke in the wind. What struck me most were its eyes, 2 points of pure, concentrated sadness, black pools that seemed to absorb all light and hope. And then I heard it. A single, clear whisper, not the frantic chorus of the others, but a distinct voice, filled with an ancient, profound grief. "Thomas, where are you?" My blood ran cold. This wasn't just an echo. This was his echo, the echo of someone Thomas Thorne had lost and desperately tried to retrieve, his profound grief. The liber umbri, still on the floor, began to glow with that same mournful, soft luminescence that radiated from the echo. Its pages fluttered, then opened to a new entry, this one written in Eleanor Blackwood's hand, but less frantic than usual, almost weary. He captured her, not fully, of course. A fragment of her essence, a resonance of her grief caught in the resonator. He called her a bridge, a path back to her, to whatever realm she now inhabited beyond the veil. He believed he could communicate, bring her back. He spoke to her, whispered promises to the shimmering darkness within the device. He refused to let her go. This was his folly, his hubris. This was the seed of the breach's true widening. This was the beginning of the end of the ward's purity. And then a single name scrawled beneath it, her own name, Eleanor. My breath hitched. The echo hovering before me was Eleanor, not the Eleanor who wrote the entries, but the Eleanor Thomas Thorne had lost, his wife, or another loved one. The liber umbri had entries from an Eleanor, a keeper. Could this be that Eleanor? The echo, Eleanor, turned its sad, featureless gaze towards me. Its shimmering form seemed to pulse with a fragile hope, then a profound disappointment. "Not Thomas," it whispered, the sound a mournful sigh that seemed to brush against my soul. "You are not him, but you carry his blood, his folly, his grief." A profound weight settled upon me, the weight of generations of misguided intent, of love distorted into dangerous ambition. Thomas Thorne, seeking to bring back his lost love, had created a cage, a bridge that threatened to unravel the very fabric of reality. He had destabilized the ward not by failing to maintain it, but by twisting its purpose. "Release me," the echo of Eleanor whispered, its mournful gaze fixed on me. "Let me return, the tether weakens, the bridge is broken." I felt a profound empathy for this trapped entity, this fragment of grief. Thomas, in his sorrow, had condemned her to a perpetual, fragmented existence, neither here nor there, a prisoner in a clockwork device. But what would happen if I released her? The Liber Umbri had warned of what lay beyond the echoes, the shades, the true denizens of the deep vale. Would releasing this fragment open a door, weaken the ward further now that the flow was mended? The Liber Umbri, as if sensing my dilemma, subtly pulsed, its golden light intensifying slightly. The pages turned again, this time to a passage written in a hand I hadn't seen before, ancient and flowing. To mend the wound, one must understand its origin. To heal the breach, one must release the binds that chafe against the veil. A fragment held against its will creates friction, a constant strain upon the membrane. Freedom, when given with purpose, can strengthen the barrier, aligning disparate energies, but freedom without understanding invites chaos. The message was clear. Her continued imprisonment was a source of strain on the ward, a constant point of weakness. Releasing her with the right intent could actually help to mend the breach. But I needed to understand how to release her with purpose, not just to open a door to chaos. The bridge is broken, Elinor's echo whispered again, its form shimmering, flickering slightly as if it was beginning to unravel. The current flows now, it calls me back, but the cage remains. The cage, the resonator itself, what was it? And how was it still holding her, even with the crate open? I looked into the crate. Within the wooden box, nestled on a bed of faded velvet cloth, was the device Elias had sketched. It was indeed a complex contraption of polished brass and darkened steel, intricate gears and wires coiled around a central sphere of glowing, ethereal crystal. The crystal pulsed with the same mournful light as the echo, like a tiny, contained heart. This was the resonator, the prison, and it was still active, still holding the fragment of Elinor. I hesitated. This was not a simple matter of breaking a lock. This was a piece of arcane technology, intertwined with the very fabric of the veil. To release the bind, sever the connection, a new line appeared in Elinor Blackwood's, the keeper's hand in the Liber Umbri, seeming to write itself onto the page right before my eyes. The crystal is the anchor, the blood is the key. Offer the blood of the line not to bind, but to unbind. A true thorn knows the difference between control and release. Again, my blood, it seemed there was no escaping the profound, terrifying link between my lineage and this ancient pact. But this time not to open, not to activate, but to unbind, to sever a connection. I looked at my wounded palm, then at the glowing crystal within the resonator. My hand still throbbed, but my resolve solidified. This was part of the great work. This was how I mended the wound. With another deep breath, I reached into the crate towards the glowing crystal. My injured palm still bled faintly, and I felt the warmth of the thorn symbol on my skin. I pressed my bleeding palm against the pulsing, ethereal crystal. The moment my blood touched the crystal, a strange current, cold and sharp, surged through my hand, up my arm, and into my chest. It wasn't painful, but intensely disorienting, like a sudden drop in temperature inside my very veins. The crystal in the resonator flared, blazing with an intense, pure white light, so bright it forced me to squint. The intricate gears and brass components of the device began to spin faster and faster, emitting a high-pitched whine that rose in pitch until it was almost unbearable. The echo of Elinor, hovering above the crate, began to glow with a matching intensity. Its mournful expression seemed to soften, to lighten, as if a great burden was being lifted. "Thank you," it whispered, the sound now clear, imbued with a fragile peace. Finally, peace. Then, with a gentle, almost silent pop, the crystal in the resonator shattered, crumbling into a shower of iridescent dust that dissolved into the air. The gears ground to a halt. The complex device fell silent, inert. The light within it died. And the echo of Elinor, with a final, radiant shimmer, ascended. It didn't vanish, didn't dissolve into darkness. Instead, it rose slowly, its form becoming clearer, more defined, until for a fleeting moment I saw a woman's face, serene and beautiful, her eyes no longer filled with sorrow, but with profound gratitude. She was translucent, made of pure light, but unmistakably human. She offered me a gentle, ethereal smile, a silent blessing. Then she was gone, not banished, but simply departed, returned to whatever peaceful realm awaited her beyond the veil. A profound sense of calm settled over the cavern, replacing the oppressive tension. The air felt lighter, almost joyous. The Liber Umbri, still open on the floor, softly closed its pages, emitting a final, gentle golden hum before falling silent. I stood there, my hands still throbbing, my heart still racing, but a deep sense of peace washing over me. I had undone a mistake, released a trapped soul, and in doing so, I felt a crucial part of the ward had been mended. The friction was gone. The bind had been severed. My gaze fell on the inert resonator, now just a collection of lifeless brass and steel within the crate. It was a testament to Thomas Thorne's grief, his ambition, and his ultimate folly. He had sought to control the uncontrollable, to bridge the unbridgeable, and in doing so, he had almost torn the veil further. I carefully closed the lid of the crate. It was still a cage, but now an empty one. Perhaps it should remain here, a silent reminder of the dangers of hubris. The subterranean archive hall, usually so oppressive, now felt almost welcoming. The air was crisp, the silence no longer suffocating but peaceful. The flow hummed beneath us, a steady, vibrant pulse. My work here was done for now. I started the long walk back, retracing my steps through the winding passage up the rusted ladder. My mind was reeling with the implications of what I had learned. The great work wasn't just about maintaining a ward against external threats, it was about rectifying past mistakes made by my own ancestors. The Thorns and Blackwoods hadn't just been keepers, they had been meddlers, explorers of dangerous frontiers driven by ambition and grief. As I emerged from the subterranean archive hall, pushing open the rusted door, the main archive hall seemed strangely quiet, bathed in the faint, ethereal light filtering down from the skylights above. The moon must have been bright. I made my way through the labyrinthine stacks, the familiar scent of old paper no longer tainted by that metallic tang. The library felt different, calmer, as if a great fever had broken. I found Mrs. Albright in the special reading room just as I had left her. She was sitting at the reading table, an ancient atlas open before her, her spectacles perched on her nose. She didn't look up immediately as I entered, but I felt her gaze, sharp and knowing, without her even turning her head. "You've been busy, Dr. Thorne," she said, her voice surprisingly gentle, a hint of something uncharacteristic approval in her tone. I walked to the table, my legs shaky, and leaned against it. I didn't need to explain. The faint golden light that now seemed to emanate from the Liber Umbri, still clutched in my hand, was explanation enough, and the subtle branding of the thorn symbol on my palm. I found the blockage," I began, my voice hoarse from exhaustion and emotion. "And I found something else, Thomas's folly." Mrs. Albright finally looked up, her gaze piercing, taking in my disheveled state, the bandage on my hand, the Liber Umbri. Her stern features softened almost imperceptibly. "The resonator," she murmured, a faint, sad sigh escaping her lips. "I always suspected it was down there, a dark legend among the Albrights. We called it the Echo's Cage." She paused, her eyes fixed on me. "And you released her." It wasn't a question, but a statement of fact. I nodded, feeling a fresh wave of weariness wash over me. It was a leaner, an echo of a leaner. Thomas trapped her, trying to build a bridge to bring her back. Mrs. Albright's gaze grew distant, a shadow passing over her eyes. "Ah yes, Eleanor, a tragic story, not the Eleanor who wrote in the Liber Umbri, you understand. That was Eleanor Blackwood, Elias' wife. The Echo was Eleanor Thorne, Thomas's beloved wife, who died tragically young before the library was even completed. Her death drove Thomas to madness, to that terrible ambition. He corrupted the purpose of the Nexus, twisting it from containment to desperate retrieval. And in doing so, he created the critical flaw in the ward, the source of its growing instability. This was the past transgression, the original sin that had been haunting the library for centuries, a love story twisted into a cosmic horror. The Liber Umbri told me to sever the connection," I explained, "to unbind her. It said her imprisonment was causing friction, weakening the veil." "Indeed," Mrs. Albright affirmed, nodding slowly. "A fragment held against its will, a constant wound. By releasing her with purpose, with the blood of the line, you have begun to truly mend the breach, not just maintain it. You have corrected the error of your ancestor." Her eyes held a flicker of pride, an emotion I had never seen from her before. "You have truly embraced your role as keeper, Dr. Thorne." The compliment coming from Mrs. Albright felt like a heavy weight, an acknowledgement of the terrible burden I now carried. "But what now?" I asked, gesturing vaguely to the Liber Umbri. "What is left of the great work?" Mrs. Albright leaned back, her shoulders slumping slightly, the atlas still open before her. "The ward has been strengthened, the flow restored, the most grievous wound healed. For now, the direct threats will recede. The Threshold Guardian will not test you again so soon. The other echoes will quiet." She then closed the atlas with a soft thump, her gaze returning to me, intense and grave. "But the breach remains. It is a natural weakness, a nexus point. It cannot be fully closed in the way you might imagine. It must be carefully managed. And your ancestors' ambition did not end with Thomas's resonator." A fresh wave of dread washed over me. What more could there be? "Elias Blackwood," Mrs. Albright continued, her voice low and somber, "though he warned Thomas against the resonator, was not without his own ambitions. He was a man of science, a rationalist who nonetheless observed the impossible. He saw the potential of the Nexus not for retrieval, but for understanding. He sought to analyze the energies of the deep veil, to map its inhabitants, to perhaps even control them, using the library as his laboratory." Control, the word sent a chill down my spine. "His great work," she explained, "was a sophisticated attempt to classify and perhaps even exploit the veil's energies, to use them for human advancement. He believed he could harness them without succumbing to their chaos. He called it the Arcanum Libris, the secret of the library. It wasn't just about containing the breach, but about drawing carefully from it in a controlled manner." My mind raced back to Elias' meticulous notes, his scientific drawings in his journal, his obsession with understanding the mechanisms. He hadn't just denied the supernatural, he had tried to master it. In the Liber Umbri, I asked, holding up the dark book. It became his research journal in a way, Mrs. Albright replied. He added his observations, his theories, his diagrams. He saw it as a repository of knowledge, even arcane knowledge, that could be categorized and studied. He sought to secularize the spiritual to quantify the unquantifiable. She tapped the atlas on the table. This too was part of his work. He believed the ley lines, the Earth's own energy grid, could be tuned, amplified to create a protective barrier, but also to serve as conduits for his arcanum libris. The clock tower, as I mentioned, is the anchor, but it is also a giant, finely tuned instrument. A colossal resonator in its own right, designed not to trap an individual echo, but to resonate with the entire veil, to record and channel its energies. My gaze went to the heavy oak doors of the reading room, towards the library's central hall, and beyond, to where the clock tower rose majestically against the night sky. The chimes, the lingering resonance, it was all part of Elias' grand, audacious plan. He created his own bridge, I finished, a new wave of understanding and horror washing over me, not to bring back the dead, but to draw power from the veil. Precisely, Mrs. Albright confirmed, her voice grim. And this bridge, this arcanum libris, is far more complex, far more dangerous than Thomas's simple cage. It demands constant vigilance, constant adjustment. It requires the keeper to maintain a delicate balance between drawing power and preventing a full breach. It is the primary purpose of the library's continued existence. So my task is not just to maintain the ward, I clarified, but to manage this arcanum libris, this controlled access to the deep veil. Yes, she said, her gaze unwavering. You must understand its mechanisms, its safeguards, and its inherent dangers. The Liber Umbri holds Elias so meticulously documented theories, observations, and warnings. He believed he had created a perfect system, a grand work of enlightenment, but he was only human, and the veil, it is not easily controlled. What happens if it goes wrong? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Mrs. Albright closed her eyes for a moment, a profound weariness etched on her face. If the arcanum libris falters, if the balance is broken, then the veil does not merely breach, it ruptures, and what lies beyond the echoes and the shades, that is something far older, far more destructive. Elias himself only glimpsed it, and his writings speak of the void hunger, an entity that seeks to unmake all of creation, to return everything to a state of absolute nothingness. Void hunger, the phrase hung in the air, chilling me to the bone. This was the true terror, the ultimate consequence of failure. My family, the Albrights, Mrs. Albright continued, opening her eyes, her gaze now resolute. Our generations have been tasked with watching this precarious balance. We have ensured the records remain, that keepers are guided, and that the library itself, the physical manifestation of the arcanum libris, is kept in meticulous order. For even the slightest imperfection, the smallest structural flaw, can lead to catastrophic consequences. She stood up, walking over to a tall, intricately carved bookshelf that contained some of the oldest, rarest books in the library. She pulled out a thin, leather-bound volume, its cover utterly unadorned. Elias hid his most crucial secrets, she said, handing me the book. The true mechanisms of the arcanum libris, not within the Liber Umbri itself, but in a separate, encrypted text. He called it the clavis aetheris, the key to the ether. It contains his final, most dangerous insights, his last, desperate attempts to control the veil. The book felt heavy in my hands, radiating a faint, cold energy. Its cover was smooth, almost featureless, but I could feel intricate carvings beneath my fingertips, symbols I didn't recognize. It is written in a cipher Elias developed himself, Mrs. Albright explained. He was immensely paranoid, even of his fellow keepers. He feared others would try to misuse his creation, or worse, try to dismantle it, leading to unpredictable disaster. He believed only a true Thorn, a keeper capable of understanding both the arcane and the scientific, could decipher its secrets and manage the arcanum libris. My head was spinning. The sheer scale of Elias Blackwood's ambition, his dangerous experiments with the fabric of reality, dwarfed even Thomas Thorne's grief-driven folly. My ancestors weren't just guardians, they were mad scientists, dabbling in forces they barely understood, leaving me, Alex Thorne, to clean up their multi-generational mess. And how do I decipher it? I asked, holding up the mysterious clavis aetheris. Mrs. Albright gave a faint, almost imperceptible smile. That, Dr. Thorne, is your next great work. Elias left a series of clues scattered throughout the library, hidden in plain sight within his other, more mundane scholarly works. He was a master of misdirection, but the Liber Umbri, it will guide you. It knows all the secrets of this library, including those Elias tried to hide. She looked at the Liber Umbri, still clutched in my other hand. It senses the urgency. It wants the arcanum libris to be managed correctly. It wants the veil to be contained. You have shown courage, Dr. Thorne. You have shown purpose. The blood has proven true. Now you must prove your intellect, your legacy. The pressure was immense. I was now responsible not just for keeping a breach from widening, but for managing a complex, incredibly dangerous device that tapped into an existential threat. And the key to understanding it was hidden in an encrypted book, with clues scattered throughout a sprawling, ancient library guided by another sentient book. My summer fellowship had truly become a living nightmare of cosmic proportions. "I'll start immediately," I said, my voice filled with a new, weary resolve. There was no going back. The path had been chosen for me, and I was walking it, step by terrifying step. Mrs. Albright nodded. "Good, get some rest first, Dr. Thorne. Your body needs it. The mind is useless without a clear vessel." She looked at my bandaged hand. "That wound will heal, but the mark of the keeper, that will remain." I looked at my hand, the faint thorn symbol on my skin, a permanent brand, my new reality. I left the special reading room, the clavis aetheris clutched in one hand, the liber umbri in the other. The library was silent now, but it hummed with a different energy, a subtle vibration that felt both ancient and alive. I was no longer just a researcher here. I was intrinsically part of its very fabric, its purpose, its terrifying secret. Back in my apartment, I collapsed onto the sofa, the two books resting heavily on the coffee table. Sleep was still a distant dream. My mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of this impossible puzzle. The flow restored, Elinor Thorne released, but Elias Blackwood's Arcanum Libris, his clock tower resonator, still hummed, a ticking time bomb of controlled chaos. I spent the next day trying to rest, but my mind wouldn't cooperate. The weight of the clavis aetheris and the liber umbri seemed to call to me from the coffee table. I cleaned my wound, trying to ignore the subtle brand on my hand. I tried to eat, but my appetite was gone. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to hold a fleeting glimpse of an echo. Every whisper of wind outside my window sounded like the murmur of the deep vale. The library was calling. The great work demanded my attention. The next morning, I returned to the library, my resolve hardened, my fear tempered by a growing sense of responsibility. Mrs. Albright was waiting for me in the special reading room, a small stack of books neatly placed on my research table. "These," she said, her voice matter of fact, "are some of Elias Blackwood's early publications, his treatises on architecture, on geology, on what he termed terrestrial resonance. He hid his clues in plain sight, embedded in the very foundations of his rational world." I nodded, already pulling the clavis aetheris from my bag. Its smooth, dark cover seemed to mock me with its inscrutability. "The liber umbri," Mrs. Albright continued, gesturing to the dark book, "will serve as your divining rod. It knows the cipher, for Elias documented it there, albeit in a spiritual rather than explicit manner. You must learn to read the liber umbri in a new way to feel its guidance." My task was immense. I had to decipher an ancient, encrypted text written by a paranoid genius who had built a supercollider for interdimensional travel out of a library, using a sentient book as my guide. I started with Elias' early geological surveys, poring over his precise drawings of rock strata, his detailed maps of underground water flows. I compared them to the liber umbri's more abstract, symbolic maps of ley lines and spiritual currents. The connection was clear. Elias had simply applied scientific terminology to what others had perceived as arcane energy. The first clue revealed itself in a seemingly innocuous footnote in Elias' treatise on subterranean aquifers, a seemingly random sequence of numbers, which, when cross-referenced with a specific astronomical chart in the liber umbri, revealed a pattern. This pattern, applied to the clavis aetheris, subtly altered the texture of its cover, revealing a new, faint carving, a single, stylized leaf. This was it, the decryption process wasn't going to be easy. The stylized leaf on the clavis aetheris was almost imperceptible, a faint rise in the smooth leather, yet it pulsed with a subtle, internal warmth against my fingertips. This was a physical manifestation of Elias' cipher, a lock that responded not to a key but to an awakening of understanding. I looked from the leaf to Elias' geological treatise, then to the liber umbri. The dark book lay open, its pages now faintly illuminated, highlighting another passage in Elias' familiar, precise script. "The root of all creation is but a seed. To understand the tree, one must follow the growth. From the soil's embrace to the sun's distant kiss, patterns emerge. As above, so below. The celestial sphere mirrors the terrestrial vein." This wasn't a direct instruction, but a philosophy, a way of seeing the world. It was Elias' mind, distilled into riddles. My first clue had linked subterranean patterns to celestial ones. The leaf, a symbol of growth, reinforced this idea. I spent the next several days immersed in Elias' published works, my apartment quickly becoming a second, smaller library. Mrs. Albright, with her usual uncanny perception, kept a steady supply of relevant texts appearing on my research table each morning, sometimes accompanied by a thermos of surprisingly good herbal tea. She never spoke of the contents, simply that they were pertinent. My daily routine shifted. I would wake, still feeling the lingering exhaustion, but driven by a relentless new purpose. I'd bandage my hand, the thorn symbol a constant, subtle presence. Then I'd delve back into Elias' world. Each book was a labyrinth. Elias wrote with an almost poetic density, burying scientific fact under layers of philosophical musings, hidden historical allusions, and mathematical equations that seemed to veer into the absurd. But the liber umbri was my Ariadne's thread. It hummed softly, vibrating gently in my hands when I was close to a hidden clue, its pages flickering to relevant passages that, while not explicitly stating the answer, provided the conceptual framework needed to decipher Elias' intentions. The next clue came from his treatise on ancient engineering and architectural principles. Elias had described a hypothetical building, designed not just for structural integrity but for resonant amplification. Hidden within the detailed blueprints of this fictional structure was a series of proportional ratios. The Liber Umbri guided me to a section in its own pages describing the sacred geometries of the nexus, ancient patterns of energy flow. When I applied Elias' ratios to these geometries, tracing them with my finger on the clavis aetheris, a new symbol appeared on its cover, a perfectly symmetrical five-petaled flower blossoming from the earlier leaf. The pattern was emerging, a sequence of growth, of unfolding revelation. Each step not only deciphered a piece of the clavis aetheris, but also unveiled a deeper layer of Elias thinking about the arcanum libris. As I worked, the library around me began to subtly change. The ambient hum I'd noticed before became more pronounced, a low, resonant thrum that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the building. It wasn't menacing, but rather like a vast, unseen engine coming slowly to life. The air grew crisper, almost electric, and sometimes in the deep silence of the night I would catch faint, distant chimes that weren't from the clock tower, but seemed to resonate from within the walls themselves. These subtle shifts were disquieting, a constant reminder of the monumental forces Elias was trying to harness. Mrs. Albright, when I occasionally saw her, merely offered a tight-lipped nod. "The Arcanum Libris responds to your understanding, Dr. Thorne," she'd say. "The system begins to stir." My next major breakthrough came from Elias' work on ancient languages and etymology. He had explored the power of sound and speech, theorizing that certain resonant frequencies could influence material reality. He had compiled extensive lists of forgotten words, ancient incantations, and what he called sympathetic resonances. Within one of these lists, a series of seemingly unrelated syllables caught my eye. The Liber Umbri, sensing my focus, vibrated intensely and opened to a chapter on the tongue of the veil, describing the primordial sounds that could bridge the ethereal and the physical. I spoke the syllables aloud, tentatively at first, then with growing confidence, holding the clavis aetheris in my hand. The sounds felt strange on my tongue, almost alien, vibrating deep in my chest. As I finished the final syllable, the air around me shimmered. On the clavis aetheris, another symbol materialized, a stylized, unfurling spiral weaving around the leaf and the flower, radiating outward. This spiral, I realized as I consulted the Liber Umbri, represented the flow of energy, the expansion of consciousness, and the dynamic interaction between the library, the ley lines, and the deep veil. It was a symbol of the Arcanum Libris's core function, to channel and modulate the energies of the veil. Each successful decryption was like peeling back a layer of reality, revealing the intricate clockwork beneath. Elias' paranoia, his genius, and his terrifying ambition became clearer with every step. He wasn't just observing the supernatural, he was systematizing it, categorizing its effects, and devising ways to use it. The clavis aetheris now bore a leaf, a flower, and a spiral. Each symbol was more intricate than the last, radiating a faint internal light. The entire book now felt warm, alive, humming with a subtle energy that resonated with the thorn symbol on my hand. My research led me to Elias' astronomical charts, not just for dating events, but for their intricate patterns of planetary alignments and stellar influences. He believed the celestial bodies had a profound effect on terrestrial energies, acting as vast cosmic tuning forks. He had developed a complex celestial calculus to predict and harness these influences. The Liber Umbri, in turn, contained ancient star maps, not of physical stars, but of constellations of spiritual significance, cosmic ley lines mirroring those on Earth. After days of painstaking comparison, cross-referencing Elias' equations with the Liber Umbri's esoteric diagrams, I found a sequence of stellar coordinates. I traced the corresponding lines and points on the clavis aetheris with my finger. This time, the new symbol wasn't a static image, but a dynamic one. A series of interlocking rings spinning slowly on the cover, each ring representing a different plane of existence, a different layer of the veil. They revolved around the central leaf, flower, and spiral, connecting them all. This was the mechanism for interfacing with multiple dimensions, the multi-layered aspect of the veil itself. The cumulative effect of these decipherments was profound. The clavis aetheris was no longer just a book, it was becoming a living diagram, a multidimensional key to the Arcanum Libris. Each symbol illuminated a fundamental principle of Elias' grand design. The leaf represented the grounding, the connection to the Earth's core energies. The flower signified the expansion of consciousness, the growth of understanding. The spiral was the flow of energy, the active channeling. And the interlocking rings represented the multidimensional aspect, the interface with the deep veil. The library itself seemed to respond more intensely now. The air crackled with a low, static charge. The whispering echoes of the deep veil, which had receded after the flow was mended, began to return, but differently. They were not mournful or hungry, but distant like a vast unseen chorus, their voices too faint to discern, but undeniably present. It was as if Elia's system, stimulated by my understanding, was beginning to listen. Mrs. Albright often appeared silently at the edge of my vision, observing my progress. Her expression remained impassive, but I detected a subtle shift in her demeanor, a flicker of concern beneath her stoic facade. "You are making rapid progress, Dr. Thorne," she said one evening, finding me hunched over a particularly dense volume on quantum mechanics, a surprising entry in Elias' known oeuvre. Elias always believed in the interconnectedness of all knowledge, from the ancient mysteries to the cutting edge of science. He sought to create a unified theory of existence, encompassing both the seen and the unseen. "And the cost?" I asked, looking up, my eyes gritty from lack of sleep. "What did he risk by building all of this?" Mrs. Albright sighed, a rare display of emotion. "He risked everything, Dr. Thorne. He sought to draw power from the veil, to use it to propel humanity forward. He believed that if controlled, truly understood, it could be a force for immense good, a source of limitless energy, a key to universal knowledge, a way to transcend our physical limitations." "But he also spoke of the void hunger," I reminded her, the phrase still chilling me. "Yes," she confirmed, her gaze hardening. "He understood the immense danger. He built in fail-safes, redundancies, precise calibrations. He believed his system was impenetrable, uncorruptible. But the veil, it is not a tool to be wielded lightly. It is a living, primal force." She paused, then continued, her voice lower. "The final key to the clavis aetheris, Dr. Thorne, will reveal the true nature of his ultimate experiment. The Arcanum Libris is not just a mechanism for drawing power, it is a means of communication, a two-way conduit. He sought not just to listen, but to engage, to learn the deepest secrets of the cosmos directly from the source." My blood ran cold. Elias Blackwood hadn't just built a bridge to the veil, he had built a cosmic telephone. "And what was he trying to talk to?" I asked, dread forming a knot in my stomach. Mrs. Albright's eyes were distant. "He never fully succeeded in reaching his ultimate goal. He glimpsed things that drove him to even greater paranoia, even greater secrecy. But the system is active, it is listening, and it is waiting for a keeper capable of completing the connection." The pressure intensified. I wasn't just fixing a historical error, I was being asked to step into an ongoing, incredibly dangerous dialogue with forces beyond human comprehension. The final clue came from Elias' personal journal, not the Liber Umbri, but a small leather-bound diary I found tucked away in one of the volumes Mrs. Albright had provided. It contained a single faded drawing of the clock tower, labeled with cryptic annotations about temporal harmonics and causal vectors. This led me to Elias' theories on time and causality, his belief that the veil was not just a spatial dimension but a temporal one as well. He theorized that by carefully modulating the veil's energies, he could glimpse not just other dimensions but other times. This was the ultimate ambition, to understand the very fabric of existence, past, present, and future. The Liber Umbri, trembling in my hand, opened to an entry describing the loom of time, a metaphysical concept where all moments were woven together. It contained a complex diagram of intersecting timelines, hinting at points of convergence and divergence. It took me another agonizing day and night, fueled by Mrs. Albright's strong tea and my own relentless determination, to connect Elias' temporal equations with the Liber Umbri's esoteric diagrams. I realized Elias had devised a way to use the library's unique properties, coupled with the ley lines and the clock tower's resonant frequencies, to create a stable point of temporal observation within the veil. As I traced the final pattern on the clavis aetheris, a complex, multi-layered symbol resembling an hourglass intertwined with the previous emblems, the book didn't just light up, it opened. Its smooth, dark cover dissolved, not into pages, but into a swirling vortex of shimmering light, revealing what lay within. It wasn't ink on parchment, but raw, unfiltered information flowing like liquid light. Holographic projections flickered and danced, depicting intricate diagrams of the Arcanum Libris, glowing schematics of the clock tower, maps of the library overlaid with pulsing energy grids, and complex mathematical formulas that seemed to shift and reconfigure themselves before my eyes. This wasn't a book to be read, it was a living interface. And within this dazzling display of arcane information, Elias Blackwood's final, most critical warning emerged, written not in words, but in a pulsing sequence of light and shadow, resonating directly into my mind. The Arcanum Libris is a lens. It focuses the energies of the veil, allowing us to perceive, to communicate. But a lens improperly aligned can shatter what it seeks to observe, or worse, it can draw unwanted attention. The clock tower is the key. Its chimes modulate the veil, maintaining the aperture. Its resonant frequencies are the language, but the Arcanum Libris demands a human conduit, a keeper, to maintain the balance, to prevent the rupture. For the void hunger watches, it waits for the moment of imbalance, for the connection to be made. The message faded, leaving me breathless, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of Elias' ambition and the terrifying responsibility now thrust upon me. The clavis aetheris, now fully activated, floated gently in my hands, radiating a steady, powerful light. It was Elias' personal operating manual for reality itself, a guide to a system that could either elevate humanity or plunge it into an unimaginable abyss. "You have opened it," Mrs. Albright said, her voice cutting through the silence of my apartment. She had appeared silently in the doorway, her eyes fixed on the glowing book. "You have proven yourself worthy, Dr. Thorne. Elias' legacy is now yours." I looked at her, then back at the swirling patterns of light in the clavis aetheris. "What do I do now?" I asked, the question laced with a profound weariness. "You must learn its language," she replied, stepping further into the room. "You must understand the intricate dance between the arcanum libris, the clock tower, and the veil. You must become the conductor of this cosmic symphony. The clavis aetheris will teach you. It contains Elias' entire system, his safeguards, his warnings, his meticulous protocols for maintaining the balance." She walked over to my desk, picked up the Liber Umbri, and placed it next to the clavis aetheris. "The Liber Umbri will be your translator, your guide through its complexities. It holds the esoteric understanding that underpins Elias' scientific rationalizations. Together, they form the complete picture." My new great work was not just to decipher an old book, but to learn to operate a machine that interfaced with existential dread itself. The following weeks blurred into an intense period of learning and discovery, unlike anything I had ever experienced in my academic life. I no longer slept much, driven by a desperate urgency. The clavis aetheris became my constant companion, its swirling light illuminating my path. The Liber Umbri, resting beside it, served as a living glossary, its pages always open to the relevant spiritual or arcane counterpart to Elias' scientific diagrams. I learned about the clock tower's complex mechanisms. Its chimes, I discovered, were not just for telling time. Each resonant frequency, each sequence of notes served as a modulator, a precise calibration for the veil. Elias had designed a system of temporal harmonics that created a stable aperture into the deep veil, allowing for the controlled observation and drawing of energy without tearing the fabric of reality. The tower housed massive, arcane machinery deep within its core, a marvel of brass, crystal, and pulsating energy that was directly connected to the ley lines beneath the library. It wasn't a static structure. It was a living instrument, constantly resonating, constantly balancing the immense forces at play. I learned about the etheric conduit, the primary channel through which the veil's energies were drawn into the library, powering its lights, heating its rooms, and maintaining its structural integrity. It was a symbiotic relationship, the library feeding on the veil, and the veil, in turn, being gently contained by the library's presence. But the most chilling revelations came from Elias' warnings. He had meticulously documented the signs of imbalance, the precursors to a full rupture. The sudden appearance of void echoes, the true shades, distinct from the fragmented sorrows I had encountered, would signal a catastrophic failure. A shift in the library's internal temperature, a distortion of its physical dimensions, a sudden, inexplicable draining of energy. These were all indicators that the arcanum libris was failing and the void hunger was stirring. The responsibility weighed heavily on me. I was not just a scholar, I was a living guardian of humanity, tasked with preventing an unimaginable cataclysm. One evening, as I was studying a diagram of the clock tower's internal resonant chambers, the clavis aetheris suddenly flared with an intense crimson light. The holographic projections within it shifted, focusing on a single, alarming image. A rapidly depleting energy gauge located deep within the clock tower's core, indicating a critical drop in the etheric conduit's power. My heart leaped into my throat. This wasn't a historical problem, this was happening now. The Liber Umbri, reacting to the clavis aetheris, flew open to a passage a leaner Blackwood had scrawled in an agitated hand. "The heart of the tower falters, the flow is restored, but the conduit drains. The clock tower demands a sacrifice, a resonance of purpose. The final balance is struck not by science, but by will. The keeper must align the core." Align the core, the clock tower. I burst out of my apartment, the clavis aetheris and Liber Umbri clutched in my hands. I sprinted through the library, the urgency of the moment eclipsing all fear. The air grew colder, heavy with a palpable sense of depletion, a vacuum drawing warmth from the very stones. The gentle hum of the library had vanished, replaced by an unsettling silence. Even the distant whispers of the veil were gone. This was not the quiet of peace, but the quiet of something draining away. I found Mrs. Albright in the central hall, her face etched with grim concern. She was staring up at the magnificent clock tower, its usually vibrant golden glow now dim, almost lifeless. The intricate gears visible through its glass facade were sluggish, barely moving. The rhythmic tick-tock, the heartbeat of the library, was fading, slowing. "The arcanum libris is failing," she stated, her voice tight with suppressed fear. "The etheric conduit is draining. Elias always warned of this, a critical juncture that required the keeper's direct intervention." The clavis aetheris showed me a power drain, I gasped, holding up the glowing book. The leaner's notes said to align the core. What does that mean? Mrs. Albright turned to me, her eyes meeting mine, filled with an uncharacteristic intensity. The core of the clock tower, Dr. Thorne, is a resonant crystal connected directly to the ley lines and the flow. It is the heart of the Arcanum Libris, the primary interface with the veil. It needs to be recalibrated, and it responds only to the keeper. No, Elias built a control mechanism into the core chamber, she explained, her voice urgent. A series of concentric rings attuned to specific frequencies. They must be aligned precisely using the keeper's own vital energy. Your very life force channeled through the blood of the line into the heart of the tower. It's a spiritual retuning, a re-establishment of the primary connection. My mind flashed back to the vault, to the flow, to the resonator. Always my blood, always a part of me offered to this terrifying legacy. But there's a catch, Mrs. Albright continued, her voice grim. The mechanism is guarded, a final safeguard placed by Elias himself to ensure only a worthy keeper could access it, a spiritual test, the guardians of the ether. Before I could ask, the library plunged into absolute darkness. The last faint glow from the clock tower died. The tick-tock stopped. A cold, guttural growl echoed through the cavernous space, a sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of silence. Then from the shadows they emerged. Not the shifting echoes, not the singular threshold guardian, but something far more primal, far more terrifying. They were immense, hulking figures, vaguely humanoid but with bodies like shifting shadow, their forms rippling with internal darkness. Their eyes were glowing points of malevolent, predatory light burning with an ancient hunger. These were the void echoes, the true shades, the heralds of the void hunger itself. They are drawn by the failing Arcanum Libris, Mrs. Albright hissed, pulling out a small, ornate silver whistle from her pocket. She blew into it, a piercing, high-pitched shriek that caused the shades to recoil momentarily, their shadowy forms flickering. My own small ward, but it will not hold them for long. You must go, Dr. Thorne, to the clock tower now. I didn't need to be told twice. My feet moved on their own, a surge of adrenaline pushing me forward. I ran towards the heavy, ornate doors that led to the clock tower's base, the clavis aetheris still glowing with alarming crimson light urging me on. The doors, usually locked, slid open with a guttural groan as I approached, as if the tower itself was gasping for breath, clearing a path for its last hope. I plunged into the darkness of the clock tower's entrance hall. The air was frigid, heavy with the scent of ozone and ancient stone. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, revealing a spiraling staircase, seemingly endless, winding upwards into the terrifying silence. As I began my ascent, the groans and shrieks of the void echoes from the main hall began to echo through the tower, growing closer, their malevolent presence palpable. They were coming for me, coming for the heart of the Arcanum Libris. The clavis aetheris in my hand projected a holographic path onto the swirling darkness of the staircase, guiding me. I climbed higher and higher, my muscles burning, my lungs aching, the image of the depleting energy gauge searing itself into my mind. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the staircase opened into a vast, circular chamber, directly beneath the tower's bell mechanism. This was the core chamber. In the center of the room, encased in a cage of intricate brass and humming wires, was a colossal, faceted crystal pulsing with a faint, erratic blue light. It was enormous, easily 10 feet tall, shimmering with an inner life. This was the heart of the Arcanum Libris, the etheric conduit, but its light was fading, its pulse weakening. Around the crystal, 3 massive, concentric rings of polished obsidian floated, slowly and unevenly rotating, each carved with intricate ancient symbols. This was the control mechanism Mrs. Albright had described. And guarding it, floating silently between me and the crystal, were the guardians of the ether. They were not shades, not echoes, these were constructs. 3 ethereal figures shimmering with cold silver light, their forms humanoid but featureless, like suits of living moonlight. They held no weapons but radiated an aura of immense, ancient power, their silent gaze fixed on me. They were manifestations of Elias' own will, placed here to test the worthiness of the keeper. The clavis aetheris projected Elias' final, most urgent instruction into my mind. The Guardians test resolve, they demand balance. To pass, the keeper must resonate with the tower's core, not with force but with harmonious intent. The clock tower's true song, your song, the blood of the line is the conductor, the will of the keeper is the score. The void echoes howled from below, their sounds growing louder, closer. They were in the clock tower now, scaling the walls, their shadows dancing ominously outside the chamber's entrance. Time was running out. I took a deep, shuddering breath, the clavis aetheris and liber umbri still clutched in my hands. I looked at the 3 shimmering guardians, then at the massive, fading crystal. My injured hand throbbed, the thorn symbol burning faintly. I knew what I had to do. I moved towards the crystal, my steps firm, my gaze unwavering. The guardians of the ether mirrored my movements, silently shifting to block my path, their silver forms solidifying slightly, radiating a cold, impenetrable will. This wasn't a physical fight. This was a battle of wills, a test of spirit. I raised my bleeding hand, the thorn symbol a beacon against the gloom. I closed my eyes, trying to clear my mind to focus on the intent that had brought me this far. Mending, balance, protection. All that I had learned, all that I had become, coalesced into a single, profound purpose. Then I began to sing. It wasn't a song with words, not a melody I had ever heard. It was an instinctive sound, a low, resonant hum that started deep in my chest, a primal vibration that seemed to align with the very essence of the library, the flow, the ley lines. It was my song, imbued with the blood of the line, the echoes of my ancestors, and the raw will of a keeper facing ultimate oblivion. The guardians of the ether recoiled. Their shimmering silver forms wavered, their impenetrable aura weakening. My song, my resonant hum, was an unexpected frequency, a pure tone that disrupted their ancient construct. I pressed forward, my voice growing stronger, a rising tide of sound that filled the chamber. The concentric rings of obsidian around the crystal began to respond, their uneven rotations becoming smoother, more aligned, synchronizing with my voice. The crystal in the center flared, its fading blue light intensifying, regaining its vibrant pulse. The rhythmic tick-tock of the clock tower, faint at first, then growing stronger, resumed its comforting beat, resonating through the entire structure. The library was coming back to life. As my song reached its crescendo, the three guardians of the ether dissolved. They didn't vanish with a flash, but rather faded like mist, their silver light absorbed by the revitalized crystal, their purpose fulfilled. Elia's final test was passed. I reached the crystal, my hand still raised, my voice still echoing. I placed my bleeding palm flat against its cool, multifaceted surface. The moment my blood touched the crystal, a searing, blinding white light erupted from its core, surging through me, through my hand, up my arm, and into my very soul. It was pure, unadulterated arcane energy, the raw power of the veil, channeled and purified by Elia's magnificent design. It wasn't painful, but exhilarating, overwhelming, as if every cell in my body was suddenly infused with the universe's own life force. The concentric rings of obsidian snapped into perfect alignment, rotating in a synchronized, mesmerizing dance. The crystal pulsed with an incandescent blue light, radiating immense power, its hum filling the chamber with a deep, sonorous chord that resonated through the entire library, through the ground beneath, reaching deep into the ley lines. The void echoes who had been clambering towards the chamber shrieked in unison, a sound of pure agony and repulsion. The surge of pure energy from the realigned etheric conduit was like a physical blow, a wave of purifying force that slammed into them. Their shadowy forms disintegrated, unraveling into nothingness, banished by the restored power of the Arcanum Libris. The library's lights flickered, then blazed back to full strength. The warmth returned, chasing away the bone-chilling cold. The distant whispers of the veil, now clearer, more harmonious, resumed their quiet symphony. The great Arcanum Libris was fully restored, its delicate balance re-established. I stood there panting, my hands still pressed against the humming crystal, feeling the immense power coursing through me. I was completely drained, but also changed. The white light subsided, leaving the crystal glowing with a steady, vibrant blue. I slowly withdrew my hand. The cut was still there, but it no longer throbbed. The thorn symbol on my hand glowed faintly, a deeper, more permanent mark. I was not just a keeper, I was now intrinsically linked to the Arcanum Libris, its living conduit, its true heart. I had faced down ancient fears, healed a broken flow, released a trapped soul, deciphered a paranoid genius's ultimate creation, and realigned the very core of the library's power. I had done the impossible. I turned, my legs shaky, and stumbled out of the core chamber, descending the spiraling staircase. The library below hummed with a renewed vitality, a palpable sense of peace. The air was clean, the silence comforting. Mrs. Albright was waiting for me at the bottom of the stairs, her face pale, but her eyes shining with an emotion I had never seen before, pure relief and profound awe. "You did it, Dr. Thorne," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "You align the core, you are truly the keeper." I managed a weak, exhausted smile. "I think I'm beginning to understand what that means." She nodded, then looked at my hand, at the glowing thorn symbol. "The Arcanum Libris is now fully online, Dr. Thorne. Its energies are stabilized, but with this stability comes a greater connection. The veil now listens more keenly, and you are its primary interface." A new wave of dread washed over me despite the triumphant feeling. What does that mean exactly? Mrs. Albright's gaze grew distant again, looking past me towards the now vibrant clock tower. "It means, Dr. Thorne, that Elias Blackwood's grand experiment is fully activated. It means the library is now a true Arcanum Libris, a living gateway of knowledge, a direct conduit to the deeper truths of existence. But it also means you will begin to receive messages, not just from the veil, but through the veil, from beyond." "Beyond what?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Beyond time," she said, her voice dropping almost to a murmur. "Beyond reality, Elias sought to understand the ultimate truths of the cosmos. He sought to receive guidance from higher intelligences. He believed humanity was ready for this leap, and now you are the receiver, you are the one who will make the connection. Elias Blackwood's final, most ambitious secret. I looked at the clavis aetheris in my hand, now glowing with a steady, soft blue light, its holographic projections showing symbols and diagrams I still only vaguely understood. Then I looked at the Liber Umbri, its pages still but radiating a silent power. The great work was not over, it had just begun. I was not merely a guardian, I was a bridge, a conduit, a living link in an unimaginable cosmic conversation. And whatever Elias had sought to speak to, whatever higher intelligences existed beyond the veil, they were now within reach, and they were about to speak back. The days that followed were a blur of anticipation and mounting tension. The library hummed with a new, vibrant energy, a silent symphony of restored power. The clock tower's chimes resonated with perfect, measured harmony, each strike a testament to the balance I had reestablished. Yet beneath this newfound serenity, a profound unease settled in. Mrs. Albright's final words echoed in my mind. They are about to speak back. I spent countless hours in my apartment, the clavis aetheris resting on the coffee table, its soft blue light a constant ethereal presence. The Liber Umbri lay open beside it, its pages static for now waiting. I kept my bandaged hand, the thorn symbol now a deeper, more defined brand, close to the clavis aetheris, feeling the subtle resonance between them. I was Elias' receiver, his conduit, and the thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. Mrs. Albright had provided me with a stack of Elias Blackwood's later works, dense treatises on interdimensional communication and etheric languages. These weren't like his earlier, more scientific-sounding papers. These delved into pure esotericism, filled with complex theories about universal consciousness and the nature of extra-dimensional beings. He wrote of emanations, cognitive overlays, and the architects of thought. He believed that the universe was not just a collection of physical laws, but a vast, interconnected mind, and the veil was merely a membrane separating our conscious reality from this greater intelligence. My task, according to Mrs. Albright, was to prepare myself, to attune my mind, my spirit to be a clear channel for whatever lay beyond. Elias called it the Great Listening, she had explained, her voice hushed. He believed that once the Arcanum Libris was fully aligned and functional, the veil itself would begin to speak, not in words, but in patterns, in concepts, in direct transmissions to the Keeper's mind. I tried to meditate, to clear my thoughts, to empty my mind as the esoteric text suggested, but my brain was a whirlwind of questions, fears, and the constant hum of the Arcanum Libris in the distance. What would these messages be like? Would they be benevolent, malevolent, indifferent? What did Elias truly hope to gain from this cosmic conversation, and what would it demand of me? One late afternoon, as the setting sun cast long shadows across my apartment, it happened. I was reading a particularly abstract passage in Elias' treatise on non-Euclidean consciousness, trying to grasp the concept of perceiving multiple realities simultaneously, when a sudden, sharp jolt went through me. It wasn't physical pain, but a profound mental shock, like being submerged in icy water. The clavis aetheris flared, its blue light intensifying, then shifting to a brilliant, pulsating emerald. The holographic projections within it began to dance wildly, abstract shapes and swirling colors replacing the familiar diagrams. The Liber Umbri, lying open, vibrated intensely, its pages flipping frantically, as if trying to keep pace with an invisible hand. A sound filled the room, though it wasn't heard with my ears. It was a resonance, a vibration directly in my mind, a symphony of frequencies that bypassed my auditory senses entirely. It was alien, complex, beautiful, and utterly overwhelming. It was language, but a language without syntax, without discrete words. It was pure information flooding my consciousness. Images flashed through my mind. Impossible geometries, stars shifting in patterns unknown to astronomy, colossal structures woven from pure light, beings of inconceivable form and scale. I saw distant galaxies collapsing and reforming, the birth and death of universes all compressed into fleeting, instantaneous moments. It was a panoramic, multidimensional vision of creation and destruction, a glimpse behind the curtain of reality. Then a central concept crystallized amidst the chaos of sensation, a thought rather than a voice, clearer than any spoken word. We are here, we observe, we question the interference. The emerald light of the clavis aetheris pulsed again, then dimmed slightly, returning to its steady blue glow. The Liber Umbri settled, its pages fluttering to a stop, open to a new, unfamiliar section. The profound mental resonance faded, leaving me breathless, disoriented, and utterly shaken. I gasped, clutching my head, trying to process the sheer volume of information that had just been downloaded into my brain. My apartment suddenly felt small, insignificant. My entire understanding of existence had been shattered and reformed in a single, terrifying instant. We question the interference. The phrase repeated in my mind, stark and chilling. What interference? Elias Arcanum Libris, my own presence as keeper. I looked at the Liber Umbri. Its pages now still were covered in Elias' precise script, but it was interwoven with a shimmering, iridescent script I hadn't seen before. It looked almost alive, like trapped starlight moving faintly beneath the surface of the parchment. This was the etheric language, the direct transmissions from the veil. With trembling hands, I reached for the Liber Umbri. As my fingers brushed the page, the iridescent script pulsed, and Elias' writing began to subtly shift, rearranging itself, providing contextual clues. It was like a simultaneous translation, Elias' scientific mind trying to categorize and explain the raw data from the veil. The page I was looking at seemed to be a translation of the message I had just received. Elias had anticipated this. He had designed the Liber Umbri to act as a Rosetta Stone, using his established scientific and arcane knowledge to interpret the direct cognitive input. He had written, the emanations perceive the Arcanum Libris as a disruption, a localized anomaly in the fabric of their observation. They do not understand human intent. They detect the flux of energy, the modulation of the veil, and interpret it as an active probing and interference with their natural state of being. Their nature is observation, our existence is a deviation. I reread it, my mind racing. Elias hadn't built a simple telephone, he had built a beacon shining into the cosmic void, and the higher intelligences were reacting to its light. They weren't inherently malevolent, but their perspective was so vast, so alien, that human existence itself might be considered an interference. The clavis aetheris vibrated gently, drawing my attention. Within its swirling light, a new projection began to form, a complex diagram of the clock tower, but overlaid with shimmering lines of force, extending far beyond the library into the very structure of the veil. And within these lines, faint, almost imperceptible nodes began to appear, points of intense observation. They were watching all of us. The weight of my responsibility grew heavier still. Elias had opened a door, and now I was standing in the threshold, mediating humanity's first direct contact with these profound entities. I immediately went to Mrs. Albright. She was in the special reading room as always, but her face was already pale, her eyes fixed on the now silent clock tower. The instant I entered, she looked up, her gaze piercing. "It has begun, hasn't it, Dr. Thorne?" she whispered, her voice uncharacteristically soft, almost fragile. I nodded, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over me. They sent a message directly into my mind. The clavis aetheris turned emerald, and the Liber Umbri, it translated it. I recounted the experience, the overwhelming visions, the singular thought. We questioned the interference. Mrs. Albright closed her eyes for a moment, a profound sigh escaping her lips. Elias warned of this, the initial contact. They are not like the echoes or the shades. They are conceptual beings, elder intelligences that exist in a state of pure thought. They perceive reality as a vast, interconnected tapestry of information. And our library, the Arcanum Libris, is a thread that has suddenly begun to vibrate with immense, sustained energy, directly within their perceptual field. "What do they want?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "They seek understanding," she replied, opening her eyes, which now held a distant, almost mournful look. "They want to know why this interference persists, why this localized disruption continues." Elias believed he could explain it to them. He believed he could communicate humanity's peaceful intentions, our desire for knowledge, for advancement, for a symbiotic relationship. And if he could... Mrs. Albright's gaze hardened. He never spoke of direct confrontation. These are not beings that possess physical form in our sense. Their actions would be on a conceptual level, a warping of reality, a reordering of fundamental laws. Imagine a sentient universe deciding to rewrite a flawed line of code. Our existence might be considered a flaw. The chilling phrase, void hunger, echoed in my mind. Was this the true form of the void hunger, not a monstrous beast, but a cosmic intelligence that simply decided we shouldn't exist? Elias left protocols, Mrs. Albright continued, sensing my unspoken fear. He meticulously documented his theories on how to respond, how to engage. The clavis aetheris holds these protocols. The Liber Umbri will guide you through the intricacies of their language, their conceptual framework. You must explain humanity's purpose, Dr. Thorne. You must articulate our value, our reason for being. Elias called this the Great Articulation. My role had expanded from guardian to diplomat, mediating between humanity and cosmic entities. The scale of it was dizzying. "Where do I begin?" I asked, feeling a renewed surge of determination mixed with terror. Mrs. Albright gestured to a large, intricately carved globe that stood in the corner of the room, far older than any of the other library's furniture. Its surface was not a map of Earth, but a complex, swirling representation of stars, nebulae, and faint, interconnected lines, an astral chart unlike any I had ever seen. "That is the etheric compass," she explained. Elias built it to track the patterns of the emanations' observations. It pinpoints the focal points of their attention. The clavis aetheris will interface with it. The Arcanum Libris is designed not just to receive, but to transmit. Your next task, Dr. Thorne, is to formulate a response, a conceptual message, a harmonic intent that explains our presence, our aspiration, our place in the cosmic tapestry. She walked to the compass, her fingers tracing the faint lines on its surface. The emanations perceive through resonance. They hear the song of existence. Elias believed that by carefully modulating the Arcanum Libris, by focusing human will and intellect, we could project our own song into the veil, a song of harmony, not discord, a song of coexistence, not interference. I looked at the clavis aetheris in my hand, then at the ancient compass. And how do I compose this song? You will use the clavis aetheris as your instrument, Mrs. Albright replied. It is not just a key but a conduit for your own will, your own understanding. And the liber umbri will provide the chords, the ancient resonances, the truths of both the scientific and the arcane that Elias intertwined. It contains the raw material for humanity's cosmic declaration. The great articulation was my next great work. I was to compose a message not in words but in pure intent in the very fabric of modulated reality, using Elias' incredible machine to explain humanity to beings beyond comprehension. I returned to my apartment, the etheric compass now set up beside my research table. It hummed softly, its swirling surface occasionally flaring with faint emerald points of light, the emanations, still watching, still questioning. The clavis aetheris integrated with the compass immediately, its holographic projections now interacting with the swirling astral map. The liber umbri, as if sensing the monumental task ahead, now radiated a constant low thrum, its pages filled with Elias' meticulous, almost obsessive notes on sympathetic resonance, thought forms, and harmonic intent. Elias had theorized that the emanations understood conceptual truth, not spoken language. To communicate with them, one had to transmit pure ideas imbued with emotional and intellectual resonance. The clock tower, the heart of the Arcanum Libris, would serve as the grand amplifier, broadcasting this harmonic intent directly into the veil. My process began again, a new phase of decipherment and integration. I delved into Elias' philosophical treatises, trying to understand his vision of humanity's place in the cosmos. He believed in our potential for evolution, for transcendence, for becoming co-creators in the universal tapestry. But he also acknowledged our flaws, our capacity for destruction, our inherent entropy, as he termed it. The clavis aetheris became a direct interface to the Arcanum Libris, allowing me to access its vast data streams. It displayed complex diagrams of neural pathways, energy flows, and what Elias called cognitive matrices. I learned that the Arcanum Libris was in essence a giant external brain, designed to translate human thought and intention into the language of the veil. The liber umbri guided me, highlighting passages that spoke of universal archetypes, of fundamental concepts shared across all forms of intelligence, patterns of creation, cycles of growth and decay, the pursuit of knowledge, the yearning for connection. These were the chords I needed to weave into my song. One particular passage in the liber umbri, attributed to Eleanor Blackwood, resonated deeply with me. She wrote of the interconnectedness of all life, the sacred geometry of empathy, and the silent hum of shared existence. It was a counterpoint to Elias' often cold, scientific rationalizations, a reminder that the spiritual and the emotional were just as vital as the intellectual. I began to craft my message, not with words, but with a complex series of resonant frequencies, modulated through the clavis aetheris and visualized on the etheric compass. Each frequency represented a core concept. Curiosity, the human drive to explore, to understand, to push the boundaries of knowledge. I visualized Elias' own journals, my own relentless research. Creation, our capacity to build, to invent, to bring new things into existence, from art to technology. I thought of the library itself, a testament to human ingenuity. Connection, our need for love, for community, for shared experience, the very bonds that define our humanity. I thought of Eleanor Thorne, of Thomas's grief, even of Mrs. Albright's quiet dedication. Growth, our innate drive for evolution, for overcoming challenges, for aspiring to something greater. I thought of my own journey from skeptic to keeper. It was an exhausting, deeply personal process. I was pouring my very being, my understanding of humanity, into this abstract, multidimensional message. The thorn symbol on my hand burned constantly, channeling my will into the clavis aetheris. Mrs. Albright watched me from a distance, occasionally bringing me food or tea, her silence a steady presence. She seemed to understand that this was a solitary journey, a profound act of introspection and translation. As I worked, the library itself seemed to respond. The air crackled with anticipation. The subtle hum intensified, transforming into a deep, sustained thrum that vibrated through the floor, up through my chair, and into my very bones. The clock tower's chimes, instead of simply marking time, now seemed to resonate with the emotional and intellectual concepts I was weaving, each note a deliberate stroke in a vast, unseen composition. The emanations, as indicated by the etheric compass, were growing more focused. The emerald points of light clustered around the library's projection, their collective observation intensifying. It felt like standing on a stage, preparing to deliver a speech to an unseen, alien audience whose judgment could reshape reality. Finally, after what felt like weeks compressed into days, I finished. The clavis aetheris pulsed with a harmonious blend of light, emerald, gold, sapphire, and violet, each color representing a different facet of the message. The etheric compass glowed brightly, its swirling astral patterns now reflecting the complex, resonant blueprint of my harmonic intent. "It is ready," I whispered, my voice hoarse from disuse. Mrs. Albright, who had materialized silently behind me, nodded. Then it is time for the great transmission, Dr. Thorne, Elia's final, most audacious step. You must now activate the clock tower, using your own resonance, your own will, to broadcast this message into the deep veil. She led me out of my apartment through the hushed, expectant library. The main hall was bathed in an otherworldly glow emanating from the revitalized clock tower. Its immense gears, visible through the glass facade, spun with silent, majestic power. The rhythmic tick-tock, usually a comforting backdrop, now sounded like the steady beat of a cosmic heart. We entered the clock tower's base. The same heavy doors that had groaningly opened for me before now swung wide silently, almost invitingly. The spiraling staircase, once a daunting climb, now felt like a familiar path to a sacred chamber. The core chamber, Mrs. Albright stated as we arrived at the vast circular room. The colossal, faceted crystal pulsed with a steady, vibrant blue light. The three concentric rings of polished obsidian rotated in perfect, synchronized harmony around it. This is the heart of the Arcanum Libris, the nexus of the transmission. She pointed to a small, circular platform directly in front of the crystal, intricately carved with the same symbols that now adorn the clavis aetheris. You must stand here, Dr. Thorne. The clavis aetheris will interface directly with the crystal, channeling your harmonic intent. The liber umbri will serve as the final filter, ensuring the message's purity, its adherence to Elia's balance. I took a deep breath, clutching the clavis aetheris in one hand, the liber umbri in the other. I stepped onto the platform. The moment my feet touched the carved stone, a faint hum went through me, aligning my own energy with that of the crystal. The thorn symbol on my hand burned with an intense internal heat. Remember, Dr. Thorne, Mrs. Albright said, her voice grave. This is not just a transmission of data, it is a transmission of consciousness. You are projecting humanity's soul into the cosmos. Be clear, be true. For the emanations perceive only intent and they judge without emotion. I nodded, my eyes fixed on the immense crystal. I closed my eyes, focusing all my will, all my understanding of Elia's complex system, all the hope I held for humanity into the clavis aetheris. I visualized the core concepts I had woven into my message: curiosity, creation, connection, growth. I felt them coalesce within me, becoming a single resonant chord. Then I pressed the clavis aetheris against the surface of the colossal crystal. A blinding, pure white light erupted from the crystal, engulfing me completely. It was not a painful light, but a light of immense power, of pure information. The clavis aetheris seemed to melt into the crystal, becoming one with it, its holographic projections merging with the crystal's inner glow. The liber umbri, held in my other hand, pulsed with golden light, its pages glowing, reflecting the intricate diagrams and symbols that now flowed from me into the Arcanum Libris. The concentric rings of obsidian around the crystal began to spin faster and faster, generating a powerful rhythmic beat that synchronized with my own racing heart. The entire clock tower vibrated, its immense structure resonating like a colossal tuning fork. And then I felt it, the transmission. It wasn't a sound, but an outflowing of my very being, my consciousness expanding beyond the confines of my body, beyond the library, beyond the earth, into the vast, multidimensional expanse of the veil. I became the message, a living embodiment of humanity's intent projected into the cosmic ocean. I saw the emanations not as distinct entities, but as vast, interconnected fields of pure thought, observing, listening, processing the resonant waves of my transmission. They were immense, ancient, utterly alien, yet I felt a strange sense of recognition, a primal understanding of their conceptual framework. My message unfolded within their collective consciousness. We are curious, a cascade of images, telescopes gazing at distant stars, microscopes revealing hidden worlds, human hands sketching intricate equations, children asking why. We create visions of magnificent cathedrals, soaring skyscrapers, intricate machinery, vibrant paintings, symphonies echoing through concert halls. We connect images of hands clasped in friendship, families embracing, communities sharing laughter and sorrow, universal symbols of love and empathy. We grow footage of evolution, from single-celled organisms to complex life, of civilizations rising and falling, of human knowledge steadily expanding through generations. It was a profound, overwhelming experience, like living an entire history of humanity in a single, infinite moment. I was communicating not with words, but with the raw, unfiltered essence of what it meant to be human. The pure white light pulsed, then began to recede, drawing back into the crystal. The concentric rings slowed, eventually coming to a gentle halt. The clavis aetheris materialized back into my hand, its light now a steady, peaceful blue. The liber umbri softened, its golden glow fading. I stood there, swaying, utterly drained, yet filled with an incredible sense of peace and accomplishment. The transmission was complete. I had sent humanity's message. Mrs. Albright rushed to my side as I stumbled off the platform, catching me before I could fall. "Are you all right, Dr. Thorne?" she asked, her voice filled with genuine concern. I don't know," I managed, my voice raspy. It was everything. I sent it. I sent our message. She helped me sit down on a nearby stone bench, rubbing my back gently. You did well. Elias would be proud. We waited. The clock tower continued its majestic, silent operation. The crystal pulsed with its steady blue light. The emanations I knew were still out there, processing the message. What would their response be? Would they understand? Would they accept our interference? Or would they still see us as a flaw to be corrected? Several minutes stretched into an eternity. The silence in the core chamber was profound, almost deafening. Every nerve ending in my body was on edge, anticipating the next conceptual jolt, the next wave of alien information. Then the etheric compass, which Mrs. Albright had brought into the core chamber, flared, not with emerald light but with a soft, ethereal silver. The swirling astral patterns within it began to shift, to reconfigure themselves, not into a message I could easily decipher, but into a new, complex blueprint. The clavis aetheris in my hand hummed, responding to the compass. Its holographic projections shifted, displaying Elias annotations overlaid with new, unfamiliar symbols. The Liber Umbri flew open, its pages turning rapidly, finally settling on an entirely blank section that suddenly filled with flowing, silver script. Mrs. Albright moved to the compass, her eyes wide. A response, she whispered, her voice filled with awe. They are responding, Dr. Thorne, not with words but with a new blueprint. I struggled to my feet, my gaze fixed on the compass and the clavis aetheris. The silver script on the Liber Umbri pulsed, and Elia's translated annotations began to appear. The emanations have perceived your intent. They acknowledge your concepts of curiosity, creation, connection, and growth. They do not perceive these as interference. They perceive them as potential, a nascent resonance within the cosmic tapestry. They offer a gift, a guide, a path to further understanding, a new iteration of the Arcanum Libris. The words shimmered, then faded, replaced by another cascade of silver script, more complex than the last. They reveal the existence of a key of convergence, a device, a location, a resonance point hidden within the terrestrial plane that will allow for a deeper, more direct interaction, not just observation but collaboration. They wish to engage. My breath hitched. They hadn't rejected us. They wanted to collaborate, to engage. The clavis aetheris displayed a complex diagram projected from the compass, a multi-layered map not just of the veil but of Earth itself, overlaid with intricate ley lines and energy patterns. And on this map, a single glowing silver point began to pulse far away from the library, a new nexus, a new mystery. The key of convergence, Mrs. Albright murmured, her finger tracing the glowing point on the etheric compass. Elias had inklings of this. He theorized that there might be other nexus points, ancient sites that resonated with the veil, but he never found them. So they're telling us where to find it? I asked, my mind reeling. It would seem so, she replied, her gaze fixed on the compass. A gesture of goodwill perhaps, or a test. The emanations are ancient, Dr. Thorne. Their intentions are vast, their wisdom unfathomable. This key of convergence could be the next step in humanity's evolution, or it could be a trap beyond our comprehension. What does the Liber Umbri say about it? I asked, clutching the ancient book. Its pages glowed with the silver script, intertwined with Elias' frantic annotations. He had written, the key of convergence, a potential bridge, a point of direct interface, but caution, the veil has its own guardians, its own chaotic denizens who resent such direct connections. The path to this key will be fraught with peril. It demands a keeper of profound skill, of unwavering resolve. For to fully unlock the Arcanum Libris, to truly collaborate with the emanations, is to invite greater scrutiny, greater challenges. The Arcanum Ultima awaits. Arcanum Ultima, the ultimate secret, the final level of Elias' grand, dangerous game. I looked at Mrs. Albright, then back at the glowing point on the compass. The library was saved, the veil contained, humanity's message sent. But now a new quest had begun, beckoning from a distant, unknown location. So my next great work, I said, a weary smile touching my lips, is to find this key of convergence. Mrs. Albright returned my gaze, her eyes shining with a strange mix of apprehension and exhilaration. Indeed, Dr. Thorne, the emanations have acknowledged you, they have tasked you. The fate of humanity's cosmic destiny now rests upon your shoulders. You must embark on a journey beyond the library into the wider world to find this elusive key, and you must prepare for what it may unlock, for Elias never fully understood what lay at the heart of the Arcanum Ultima. I looked at the clavis aetheris, now a steady, calm blue, then at the Liber Umbri, humming with new knowledge. The library, once my prison, was now my sanctuary, my launch pad. My research fellowship had truly become a journey into the heart of the cosmos. The glowing point on the etheric compass beckoned, a silver star on a map of uncharted reality. I was no longer just a keeper. I was an explorer, charting the edges of existence, guided by a ghost in an ancient book, on a mission given by beings of pure thought to unlock the ultimate secrets of the universe. My summer was far from over. It had just begun its most dangerous, most profound chapter. My journey to the key of convergence was about to begin. My injured hand, the thorn symbol a warm thrum against my palm, hovered over the etheric compass. The silver point pulsated, a silent invitation to the unknown. Mrs. Albright stood beside me, her silhouette framed by the gentle, renewed glow of the Arcanum Libris. The clock tower's chimes echoed a steady, confident beat, no longer just marking time, but measuring the pulse of a universe suddenly within reach. "The coordinates are clear," she murmured, tracing the glowing point with a gnarled finger. "A remote island chain far to the north, long rumored to hold ancient power but dismissed as folklore. Elias believed these legends were often echoes of deeper truths, subtle distortions of events witnessed through the veil." "A remote island chain," I repeated, picturing desolate windswept cliffs and crashing waves. "And what precisely am I looking for there? A temple, a ruin, another crystal?" Mrs. Albright's lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile. The emanations described it as a key of convergence, a point where reality's thin, where the veil touches our world directly, unmediated by Elias machines. "It will be a place of raw, untamed power, Dr. Thorne, unlike anything you've encountered within the library's controlled environment." My stomach tightened. The library, for all its dangers, had become a sanctuary. The outside world, particularly a place of untamed power, felt daunting. And Elias' warnings about the veil's other denizens. "The emanation's initial response was one of benevolent intent," she conceded. "But the veil is a vast, chaotic realm. There are forces within it that resent any form of order, any attempt to bridge the gap. They feed on imbalance, on fear, on the entropy that Elias so often spoke of. They will sense the Arcanum Libris's renewed power, and they will sense your journey." She placed a hand on my shoulder, her grip surprisingly firm. "You are no longer merely a scholar, Dr. Thorne. You are a keeper, a living conduit. Your presence, your very essence, will draw attention. You must be vigilant. And you must trust the Clavis Aetheris and the Liber Umbri. They are extensions of Elias' will, and now yours." The next morning, under a sky that seemed impossibly vast after weeks confined within the library's walls, I found myself aboard a small, chartered seaplane. Mrs. Albright had arranged everything with quiet efficiency, providing me with discreet travel documents, essential supplies, and a robust satchel for the Clavis Aetheris and Liber Umbri. She had given me a final, knowing look before I boarded, a silent affirmation that I was ready, or as ready as I could ever be. The journey was long and arduous. Weeks of travel, first by plane, then by a rugged coastal freighter, brought me to the fringes of the remote island chain. The air grew colder, saltier, filled with the cries of seabirds and the roar of the ocean. The islands themselves were stark and beautiful, jagged peaks rising from the frigid sea, shrouded in mist and ancient mystery. The etheric compass, now a permanent fixture in my backpack, guided me unerringly. Its silver point pulsed with increasing intensity as I drew closer, directing me to the largest, most isolated island in the chain, a place of towering black cliffs and impenetrable fog. It was utterly devoid of human habitation, a raw, elemental landscape that felt like the forgotten edge of the world. Hiring a local fisherman, a grizzled old man who eyed my unusual gear with suspicious curiosity, I finally reached the island's shore. The compass led me away from the rocky beaches, up a treacherous path carved by centuries of wind and rain, towards the highest, most desolate plateau. The cold seeped into my bones, and the wind howled like a mournful spirit. As I ascended, the landscape grew stranger. The rock formations took on unnatural angles, jutting skyward like broken teeth. The air shimmered faintly, a subtle distortion that made the distant ocean seem to warp and ripple. It was as if the very fabric of reality was thinning, fraying at the edges. The Clavis Aetheris in my satchel began to hum, its blue light pulsating through the fabric. The Liber Umbri grew warm, its pages rustling as if stirred by an unseen breeze. This was it, the key of convergence. I reached the plateau just as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges. The air here was utterly still, the wind's howl muted, replaced by a deep, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate from the earth itself. In the center of the plateau, bathed in the strange, dying light, stood the key. It wasn't a building or a crystal or a device. It was a massive, naturally formed monolith, a towering spire of obsidian black rock, easily 50 feet tall, perfectly smooth and devoid of any natural markings. It was a geological anomaly, impossible in its geometric precision, radiating an immense, silent power. Its surface, though opaque, seemed to drink the light, shimmering with faint, silver veins that pulsed in time with the deep thrumming. As I approached, I noticed intricate carvings on its base, symbols that I recognized from Elias' earliest notes on the veil, ancient, almost forgotten glyphs that spoke of celestial gateways and cosmic alignments. They were faint, worn by eons, but undeniably there. This wasn't a structure built by Elias, but a point of power he had merely rediscovered. The Clavis Aetheris flared, its light now a brilliant silver, mirroring the veins on the monolith. The Liber Umbri flew open, its pages turning to an entry I'd never seen before, written in a strange, shimmering script that pulsed with internal light. It was the etheric language, translated by Elias' final annotations. "The key of convergence is not a lock, but a tuning fork. It resonates with the veil's deepest frequencies. To activate it, the keeper must establish a direct harmonic link not just with the Arcanum Libris, but with the key itself. This is the Arcanum Ultima, the ultimate bridge, but beware, the veil's Chaos Guardians resent order. They will attempt to sever the connection to claim this nexus for their own. As if on cue, a sudden chill swept across the plateau, plunging the temperature to an Arctic bite. The sky, which had been a canvas of fiery colors, turned a sickly, bruised purple, and the air thickened, heavy with an oppressive, malevolent energy. From the swirling mists that now began to creep over the edges of the plateau, they emerged. Not the shifting, amorphous void echoes I had faced in the library, but something far more defined, far more ancient. They were creatures of pure shadow, but with bone-white skeletal features that gleamed in the dim light. Their eyes were twin points of crimson hatred, burning with an almost intelligent malevolence. They moved with unnatural speed, silent and predatory, their forms twisting and contorting like living nightmares. These were the Chaos Guardians Elias had warned about, the denizens of the Deep Vale, drawn by the nascent power of the key. There were 3 of them, each easily 10 feet tall, their claws extended like obsidian blades, radiating an aura of absolute terror. They surrounded me, cutting off my escape, their silent, hungry gazes fixed on the monolith and then on me. They wanted to prevent the convergence, to keep the chaos flowing, to stop the Arcanum Libris from reaching its true potential. I clutched the Clavis Aetheris and Liber Umbri, my heart hammering against my ribs. This wasn't a battle of wills or a subtle calibration. This was a fight for survival, a physical confrontation with entities from beyond reality. Elia's translated notes flashed in my mind. The Chaos Guardians feed on imbalance, on fear, on discord. They can be repelled not by force but by pure resonant harmony. The Keeper's song, amplified by the key, is their bane. My song, the resonant hum I had used to align the clock tower. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to calm my racing mind. The Guardians hissed, a sound that scraped against my very soul, and took a step closer, their shadowy forms flickering. I raised the Clavis Aetheris, its silver light flaring intensely. I closed my eyes, focusing all my intent, all my understanding of the Arcanum Libris, all the hope I held for humanity's connection into a single purpose. I began to hum, a low, resonant note that started in my chest and vibrated outwards, infused with the power of the Thorn bloodline. The monolith responded instantly. The silver veins on its surface flared, pulsing with the same rhythm as my hum, amplifying it. The deep thrumming of the earth intensified, becoming a powerful resonant chord that filled the plateau, echoing across the island. The Chaos Guardians recoiled, their shadowy forms flickering violently, their crimson eyes widening in what looked like agony. My song, infused with the pure energy of the Arcanum Libris and amplified by the key of convergence, was anathema to them. It was order harmony, a direct counterpoint to their chaotic nature. I pushed forward, my hum growing louder, stronger, my voice resonating with the very core of the monolith. The Clavis Aetheris in my hand seemed to become one with the key, channeling my intent, my life force, into the massive structure. The Liber Umbri pulsed with golden light, acting as a shield, its ancient glyphs warding off the Guardians' malevolent energy. The Guardians shrieked, a sound of pure, unadulterated pain tearing at the fabric of the air. They clawed at the resonant waves, their forms struggling against the immense power emanating from the monolith. One of them, closer than the others, began to unravel, its shadowy essence dissolving into wisps of nothingness, banished by the raw, purifying harmony. I pressed my bleeding hand, the thorn symbol burning fiercely, against the monolith's base. A surge of pure, searing energy erupted, flowing through me, through the key, and into the veil itself. It was the same overwhelming power I had felt in the clock tower, but amplified 1,000-fold, raw and untamed. The second Guardian screamed, a sound of absolute despair as it too began to disintegrate, its essence pulled apart by the resonant forces. The third, its crimson eyes burning with a primal hatred, launched itself at me in a final, desperate charge. But it was too late. My song reached its crescendo, a vibrating wave of pure, concentrated harmony that slammed into the last Guardian, shattering it into a million shimmering motes of darkness that vanished into the bruised sky. Silence. The oppressive chill dissipated. The sickly purple sky slowly began to clear, revealing the last streaks of orange and gold from the setting sun. The monolith pulsed with a steady, vibrant silver light, its deep thrumming now a gentle, comforting vibration that resonated through the entire island. The key of convergence was activated. I stood there panting, my hand still pressed against the cool, smooth surface of the monolith, feeling its immense, stable power coursing through me. I was utterly drained, yet filled with a profound sense of triumph. I had faced the deep veil's chaos, and I had prevailed. Slowly, I withdrew my hand. The thorn symbol pulsed faintly, a permanent mark of my lineage and my new role. The Clavis Aetheris in my hand glowed with a steady, peaceful silver, its holographic projections now displaying a complex, beautiful tapestry of interconnected light, stretching from the monolith through the veil and into the cosmic expanse. The Liber Umbri shimmered with a soft, golden light, its pages filled with the silver script of the emanations, now interspersed with new, intricate diagrams that seemed to flow directly from the monolith's base. This was the Arcanum Ultima, not a hidden secret but an opened gateway. And then the response came. It wasn't a jolt or a wave of information. It was a gentle, encompassing presence, a vast, benevolent consciousness that settled over the plateau, permeating the air, the stone, and my very being. I heard no words but felt a profound sense of understanding, a deep, silent communication that bypassed all language. The emanations were no longer just observing. They were here through the key of convergence, offering a direct, collaborative link. Images flooded my mind, not of impossible geometries, but of pathways. Pathways of knowledge, pathways of cosmic evolution, pathways connecting humanity to a galactic consciousness. I saw a future not of separation, but of integration, of shared discovery. The interference was gone, replaced by potential. A central concept crystallized, a thought imbued with unimaginable wisdom. You are acknowledged, the bridge is forged. The journey of convergence begins. We await your further explorations, the cosmos beckons. The presence lingered for a moment longer, a warm, resonant echo in my mind, then gently receded, leaving me with an exhilarating sense of peace and purpose. The monolith pulsed with a serene silver light, a beacon of connection in the fading twilight. I turned, my gaze sweeping across the vast, lonely plateau, the ocean stretching to the horizon and the endless star-dusted sky above. The weight of responsibility was still immense, but it was no longer terrifying. It was an honor, a calling. My research fellowship, a quiet pursuit of forgotten history, had led me to become a bridge builder between worlds, a diplomat between humanity and cosmic intelligences, an explorer of the ultimate truths. The library, the clock tower, the veil, the emanations, it was all part of Elias Blackwood's incredible, audacious vision. And I, Dr. Elias Thorne, had not just preserved his legacy, I had completed it. The clavis aetheris in my hand, the liber umbri tucked under my arm, now felt like extensions of myself, guides to an infinite journey. The Arcanum Libris was no longer confined to a single building. It was a living, breathing connection to the universe, and I was its keeper, its living heart. My summer was indeed far from over. It had just transformed into an eternal quest, a never-ending exploration of the cosmos, guided by the silent hum of convergence towards an unimaginable future. The universe truly beckoned, and I was ready to answer its call.